Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. Woo! Hello, welcome. Hey, HD, how you doing?
My Twitch baby is here. Austin, yeah, I can't decide on the name yet.
HD, thank you so much for the 9 months and happy Twitch baby. No worries, you have time to think on a name. It won't know it has a name until like, I don't know, a couple years in or something. I don't know. When do babies learn their names? Hey, Decemberus, how's it going? I need to change my bitrate. 1 second. Couple of years. I don't know. It's fine. I don't have any memories from before I was like 6. It's fine. Anyway, let's play this game. Oh, I was thinking, actually. Hold on. I have in windowed mode currently, which is fine. But I was thinking, since we've been having issues where I've been turning down certain settings, they're still crazy loud. I might see if I can just crank everything and then turn it all down in my volume mixer instead. I just have to make sure that we can still hear the voices. All right, how's everything looking? I hope it looks normal. Because right now I have it in windowed mode. It looks pretty normal to me. Yes, to disco! Though we're not a super disco cop. I started a game off stream because I just wanted to play more of this, and you know how there's like different capo types? Well, my off-stream cop is a superstar cop, and it's amazing. Anyway, I'm gonna go the options real quick. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn this down quite a bit. So then I'm gonna crank everything up like this, so the ratio is still kind of the same. And I'm gonna turn this up until it sounds about normal. So it's at like 33 right now. We'll see if that works. Okay. So we left off here. That's right. We needed to go back to the Union. Ooh. That reminds me, actually. I have had a good weekend. I hope you have had a good one, too. I don't remember if I created a VOD of my first Disco Elysium. I need to check that right now because we're going to lose it if I don't. That's what? It does not like that I've clicked out of Disco Elysium and trying to do stuff in Chrome. I'm surprised at how much like stuff this is using. Twitch.tv/manager. No, let's just go here, I guess. We'll go back to my dashboard. And then from here, I have to do this like right now, I'm sorry. It's under video producer. There we go. Make sure I still have the VOD, please. Let me still have the VOD. Oh, I did clip it. Okay, good. I'm not an idiot. Okay. Hold on, let me... Which is a good thing because it was already expired. So I'll just have to make sure I clip things after the stream today. But we're good. We're good. That makes me feel better. Hey, Abs, how's it going? Oh, it's refreshing to not be an idiot. Yeah, I'm relieved because I would hate to lose all of that disco. It's important stuff. Living the dream. Dreams are good. Okay, so we must have sent, since we don't have Kim and it's still early, we must have sent him with the body. Alright, this sounds a little bit loud. 1 second. Let's try 10. We'll find out when we talk to somebody. Let's talk to you.
Every snowflake is like a little...
Oh, that's way too quiet. Been curious about this game. It's really good. Hey, Rose. I like it a lot. Let's try again.
Every snowflake is like a little gift from the sky.
Okay, that sounds better. How does the audio sound? Is it an okay balance? Let's see if we can find someone else to talk to. Sounds good? Okay. So yeah, I think we've sent Kim back with the body because I don't remember seeing his car. In-game voice could go up half a touch. Okay, what I'd have to do then is drop these down by 1 because I'm turning it up in my mixer. We'll find out when we talk to Everett. Oh gosh, I'm not going to mixer. Unless I guess they offer me a good deal. Then I might. This is my first playthrough. You hate the UI? I also hate the UI. I think it's terrible to look at.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you're already sat on that chair.
How does that sound? Is that better? I feel like I might need to turn down the ambient stuff a little bit. Like his clacking is kind of high. Anyway. Hey, you gummy bread. Welcome. That's great. Good. I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now? Yeah, this is still kind of loud. I guess we'll do that. Oh no, we're not sitting down anymore. That chair nearly killed us. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry, he says with a smile. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? He's trying to figure out if you're lying. There's no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth. I may have gone inside and seen a collection of racist mugs. Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. He shakes his head. Pissing on Everett's Rainbow Coalition. He was testing you, and you succeeded. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who killed who and why. He pretends to roll up his sleeves. Real police work's gonna start happening now, I promise you, Harry. This is gonna be good. The mug collection I mentioned was in the apartment. I found a similar mug in the trash with the hanged man's clothes. Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? He grabs his head with both hands. You guys are just light years ahead of me. You have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. Did drama just talk to us? Yeah, okay, so we have different parts of our brain represented by all of these things, and the ones we have the most points in are dominant. So we have our logic, our encyclopedia brain, and our rhetoric talk to us a lot. Drama talks to us a fair bit too. Look at all these skills you can put stuff into. So you get skill points when you level up, and you can use those to increase all these different things. Or we can go here into our thought cabinet, and right now we are thinking about things which give us different things. To forget them, we have to spend skill points though. Or to unlock new slots, we have to spend skill points. And they give you different things. Yeah, it's really cool. These stats, you can play with different stats. I decided to go with Brainy Cop. But you can assign these however you want. It's really cool. So when you create your cop, they give you like 3 different types of cops that you can pick. You can pick really smart cop. That cop is also really bad with emotional intelligence. So it's like a really high intellect, but really low psyche. And then these are whatever. Or you can be strong cop, or you can be, I think, one where it's like high in motorics and lower in all these other things. Our signature is visual calculus. That's our signature ability. So basically, we're like a little bit like Sherlock, because we're very weak and a little clumsy, but we're so smart. Yeah, that's sneaking and stunning with panache. And then they give you more in-depth info on each one. We had to put stuff into our physical instrument. I can't even remember why. But yeah, so there's a ton of different skills. And they do different things. And depending on which skills are higher, those are the ones that talk to you. And that's like kind of representing, I guess, we're kind of crazy in a way. Because we had like 3 days of binge drinking apparently and lost our memory after that. So we have no idea who we are. We wake up this game with no idea who we are or what we're doing here. And we find out we're a cop trying to solve a murder case. We have amnesia. And we're kind of crazy because our different aspects of our brain are talking to us. It's really cool. Yeah. Where's Kim? He is, he took the body away last time we played. He took the body back to the station, so he's not going to be here for the rest of the day. And clothing is optional. Yep, I can't click on that right now, though. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best, helping people with the power of politics. You think this weasel has something to do with my case? Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. He shakes his head, laughing. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you. Oddly, it seems to be true. So drama kind of tells us when people are lying, which is interesting. Sounds like a game I might be able to get my wife to sit down and play someday. It's really interesting. If your wife likes murder mysteries, and like there's a lot of reading to it, and it's really well written. It's a really well written game. And it's very intriguing, and it has a lot of replayability. I really recommend it. It's really good. But this weasel might have cleaned up after the killers. She watches British murder mysteries like they sustain life. She might like this. She might like this a lot. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high caliber case like this. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel? Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective now, Harry. Am I getting this right? He imitates bashing something with an imaginary baton. Of course, Harry. Stoic silence. I like that. Very befitting a police officer. He bows slightly in his chair. I'm not a real detective. You are. I heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it. By now, I'm sure you figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure on the top hats against us flat caps. Gonna Bob CFO. See you later, Abs. Thanks for popping in. I'm listening. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries. Our victim. He nods gravely. A security contractor. Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire. I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Sarah Mariza. You name it, they done it. Raping, killing, burning villages. Killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. The things they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Ravishow into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. I think I've heard enough. No, you haven't, Harry. He waves at you with a jolly smile. I haven't told you anything about the crime yet. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewheres, they just move my container. He laughs. Wait, they move the container? Yes! I'm an old man, Harry. My legs ain't working what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. His face turns serious. The killers the company hired. I think there were 3 of them. All hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. He shakes his head. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out in trees. I want a house that people just crane around for me. You gotta be a corrupt communist leader, I guess, in the 50s. And also very, very fat. How did he end up hanging from that tree? Harry, what you need to realize is we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough, we push back. And when we do, he raises his finger. We push to kill. Who exactly did the pushing? There's a militant wing inside the Union, a group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smooth. That sounds a bit like organized crime. They're like you, idealistic people who want to make sure that the bad things don't happen, and if they already have, well, punishment must follow. Again, it sounds like organized crime. You believe they killed the hanged man? One day, Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure, it sounded to me like they killed him. He chuckles. I gave him 2 weeks paid leave and told him to lay low to avoid retaliation. Are you not afraid that we're going to arrest them? Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. They are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I like to see the man who takes them in, he chuckles. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after him. If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried. He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error? Anyway. How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company? How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. He slams his fist on the desk. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. Strike was over. The workers' rights to wear protective footwear, Harry. So these guys turn up and they start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army scab under my gates. So you think the security contractor organized the scabs? You said it, Harry! Hell, the fist lands on the desk again. One of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. It does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal. Interesting. He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange. You mentioned a lawyer girl. Oh, Liz is a bright one, he grins broadly. I paid for that law degree myself. Think you'll probably turn her all fancy, but hell, here, she come back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew. Oh, they are simply fine young men. All 7 of them. Exemplary union members. Always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Oh, Theo used to run them. But things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and started naming the group after himself. He starts laughing. Gotta love his initiative. What more can you tell me? Who's second in command? Who's the most violent? Harry. They're almost all of them great guys. Born leaders. Real, whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They're really just like you, men who like beer, women, some order on the streets. He's betting on them being useless to you. Everard, I met these Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me? But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk. You can now go and tell Titus about this and see what he has to say. Also, Harry, here's 5 real. He holds out a banknote. Wait, why are you giving this to me? I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. I mean, we could use the money. Good boy. Real team player. He rubs his hands together. Now, you have any more questions? He's definitely trying to bribe us. I mean, I'll take the money, but I'm not necessarily going to do his bidding if I don't have to. There was a bullet in the hangman's head. So they shot him! He sounds pleasantly surprised. Yeah, someone shot him in the head before they hanged him. How odd. The man shrugs. I don't know what to say, Harry. They told me they hanged him. Hangman's what I saw when I took a look in that yard. It's impossible to say if he's telling the truth, sire. What I do know is the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my favorite policeman, Harry. Good talk, bye. Was it a good talk? He leans back, suddenly worried. I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. Like he said, he is just holding out money. It's not a bribe. He's just handing it to the space near you. Taking his money and then acting against him. Audacious. He's just being a nice guy, helping out a down on his luck cop. It's not weird and it's not bribery. It's fine. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted to find your gun. Great sadness comes over him. But it's like I can't completely trust you yet. Yet? Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left, he says, slowly shaking his head. I want to, but I just can't. A man of the left, so you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats. What even are we? Hold on. I'm apparently moralist, whatever that means. And I'm a little bit of a sorry cop. I'm a little bit of a superstar cop. What? An apocalypse cop. What even is that? I'm not super left, though. I don't know what to say. We follow our heart, that's true. This is another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do. What does your heart tell you to do about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it, or do you think it wants to be found? He picks something from his teeth. I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal for you. What would this entail? If there were more like you around, the apocalypse would be nice. Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. I just need you to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper. He pulls out an envelope and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. What are the signatures for? I'm glad you asked, Harry. The union's gonna build a modern youth center in Martinez. He grins broadly. It'll be righteous. We can get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed it. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. Where is this place exactly? On the coast, Harry. Across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. Gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry. And what will happen to the current occupants? They're just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for like 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth center designed by the best architects from Stella Maris. Is he absolutely certain the tenants will be thrown out into the street? Are you 100% sure no one's going to end up on the streets? Am I? The big man shakes his head in disbelief. Harry, these people. Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're going to build a youth center there. The value of the properties goes up, and Kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people. I'm not pulling the rug out for them, Harry. I'm looking out for all the Montagnais, not just the harbor. He means it. Huh. Fine. If I happen to be there, I can ask them. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. He hands you the open white envelope. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there's some trouble with the water lock, but they should be fixing it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Roca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun. He runs his fingers through his thin hair. All right, bye. Okay. I feel like there was other stuff I needed to do when Kim wasn't around. I don't remember what. Ooh. Okay, it's an 18. I have 5 in rhetoric. Do I have anything I can use to increase my rhetoric? Nope. So we're just gonna try. Nope. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric? Because getting physical wasn't an option. Have I been summoned? No one needs you. Go away.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
The weasel I visited. Turns out he has one hell of a colonial mug collection. Yeah. He nods, rubbing his chin. The janitor who gave the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Yeah, his mug collection certainly represented antiquated social values. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the boss man said he's a real piece of work. He touches his beret. Thanks for helping out, friend. Alright, bye. I do want to talk to this guy, but I'm gonna wait until, Kim's back. What else did I want to do today? Acquire a copy of this. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think I could buy maps in here. And now that I've got like lots of money, I think a map would be helpful. Yeah, that's the map wall. I'm sorry, officer, but the map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore, and besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though you might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. Why is the one of Martinez so cheap? That old thing, it's an out-of-date map of tourist locations that was never... of a tourist location that never was nor never came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce up the place 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statues, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps. The place does not look like much of a successful tourist trap, does it? What happened then? Ooh. No. They didn't get far. For some reason, shame the project never got going. Well, it'd be nice if someone picked Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business. Well, I'll just buy it. It's only 90 cents. It's not really a map, it's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. Date in the upper corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of the industrial harbor and even the whirling rags in there. The war map features a patchwork grid of streets of Martinez with directions appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Let's trace a path through the grid. Your finger moves through the various streets across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue de Saint-Cispert, over Saint-Brune and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt where the spot gives on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself. Okay. There we go, map. So we got fisherman shacks, we got a church over there apparently. Okay, so this is the water lock. We can see like the crash billboard here. This is like the bridge that raises up so like boats can go through. So, oh wow. So tomorrow we're gonna have a lot unlocked. There's stuff here that looks like there's no actual bridge to get to. Maybe like we could take a boat over there or something. Okay. So that mirror is for like, that's fixing our face, so we can attempt that again. Kim is not here. We could try to lift the barbell. We're not dealing with Measurehead. I think it's like what, waking up the dock worker? We have a challenging authority. That one is already said we don't have the right tool for the job. Map wall challenging. Wait, what? Oh, interfacing. But there's no point in stealing the map now. So, that's not accurate. Hey, Radis! I do like this game a lot. You know, there's no point lifting the barbell if Kim's not here to see it, but I kind of want to try. Wait for Kim. Heard a lot of good stuff about it. It's really interesting. Okay. Hold on. Do I have anything? I can put this on to improve my physical instrument. Anything else? No. Come on. Dang, we're gonna lift it. Oh, look how strong we are. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game. Fuck yeah. A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you set your mind to. Hey, but you're still in this ghost house. What if someone heard this? What do they know you're here? Well... that was not really worth it. But hey, we did it! Guess the alcohol's finally out of your system. We're working on it. Our head hurts. We got a massive hangover still. Well, I just think, man, those ghosts sure are strong. Strong as hell. Okay. The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence. This is significant somehow. Maybe. Probably. An ominous warning of bad things ahead. This is the point of departure of the motor carriage that crashed into the Samara and Butterside, right? Why, yes, it is. Good connection. I think I've got it. All right. Let's look at our notebook. So, I can't do this one anymore because I've just bought the map, so it's fine. I can't do this one because I need a better tool. It seems like really the only thing I can do is try to fix my face and try to gain authority over Titus, which is probably not going to happen. Oh, and I gotta talk to the smoker on the balcony tonight. Let's see. In karaoke, who made the call? Where's the rest of the armor? Oh, we need to confront Kuno. Oh, and I can't call Alice back for the serial number because, he's gone. So I'll have to do that tomorrow. Ask around about that tattoo's possible meeting. Track down your badge. Who put the clothes in the trash? Who else has unauthorized access to the Warling's trash? Okay. We need to get our badge back. Find a way to the secret passage. We can do that tomorrow. Do that tonight. Find the traffic hooligan. We can't do that till Wednesday. Ask Renee about the photo. Could do that. Can't do that till Wednesday. No idea where we're gonna find a murder weapon. We need to do that. Special borscht. I could do that. An armor piece. We can't get the boots because I already sent the body in. Okay. That gives me some direction at least. So I want to check out the borscht. The special borscht. The man ponders his cooking utensils, gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. You know what's behind that door? Point to the blue door. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for no. I don't know what's behind the door. Leo said you're friends with Manana, is that true? At the mention of Manana, it gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures, then he falls silent again. My friends. What's in that borscht you're making? Point to the pot. The man says a couple of sentences in a strange language, and then he seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. Mercury rising, run your fingers through your hair. The man looks up at you. Then the soup. His face lightens up. He picks up a bottle from the shelf. Barshes need more vodka? Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. No vodka. Turn your fingers counterclockwise, cut it. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak. I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. We did it. The boat collector. It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face, a delicate composition of triangles. The street seems to grow longer, like in a dolly zoom. And there's something in the air as you stand there and wave back at the shape growing smaller and smaller. Something that has always been there. A great see-through world. The tenderness you feel, the ghost of Revachol between you, carrying your signals, the holy messenger. I am probably not going to be able to do whatever this is until, like, I'm not going to be able to do the authority until I've cleared whatever this is. I guess I could stop thinking about that, but that's going to waste almost like a third of the time. Secret ingredient is booze. You're not even wrong. I think I'm gonna, I don't know. I don't have a lot of authority stuff. We could just do this stuff tomorrow.
Nine months of awesomeness, 2 months of instant booty and a fantastic community to hang out with. Glad to be a part of it, D.
Jim, hello! Thank you so much for the 9 months, and thank you so much for the 2 months of tier 3! You're crazy, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much! Happy Twitch, baby! Wait. And also, thanks for hosting. Where's my... Oh, it's here. Okay. -2 authority. That does not help me. Okay. Yeah, like, okay, so right now I'm currently at 1 authority. So I'm probably gonna have to wait. I guess I could just look around for now. Photos of men in overalls toting guns and Union placards. A hawthorn bush outside, huh? Oh, it's not time yet. Mysterious door scene. Behind the dock workers is a ceiling height window. Hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside. I'm gonna wait. Because I don't plan on putting more points into perception. So I'm gonna wait until it's time. I have no clue what to name the baby. It's all good. I'm bad with names too. There's always Harry. Harry Dubois.
Can I help you?
About my bill for tonight. Oh, I'm already set for that. Okay, fine.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I not noticed this about me? But actually, I have lost all my memory of the world and myself, and I have no idea what I'm doing. She frowns, looking you over. Surely things can't be that bad. You sense that she won't judge you no matter what you say. I hope you're right. I hope it's not too bad. You do know where we are, right? We're in the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. That's right. And where's the Whirling itself located? In Revachol. Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. I know that Revachol used to be really cool in the 30s. The new disco dancing! It seems like a lifetime ago. Her eyes are filled with light reflected off those gilded years when the city seemed full of possibility. Name it Jetpack? Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even the foreigners. There's a pause as she studies your expression. You must look quite lost. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? I wonder if this would give us Apocalypse Cop. The spring of 51. That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded. Oh, nice. We have a pen now. We won't have to keep borrowing Gibbs. What is the world setting? It is a fictional archipelago. Kind of in a French-esque area. It's called Revachol. And there's like all of these islands around, and I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. It is like a fictional archipelago though. And different people come from different archipelagos, and there's some like racism between them. Like Oranje is another place, and then there's Revachol, and I forget what the other ones are called. But this whole area has a name. It's like Insular or something. So it's like very close to the real world, but it isn't a part of the real world. Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders. Outside, spring rain seeps into the cracks, into the walls, and into the cobblestone streets, into the grated storm drains, all the way down to the sewers. Above ground, the first maybells blossom. I can tell that this is tasking for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? I don't think any of these are correct. There's like a lot of civil unrest happening right now. I know that there was the whole Dolores Day like dictatorship. But I think something happened. Hate to sub and run, but you have to be on your way. That's okay, Jem. Thank you for subscribing so much. Thank you. And thank you for being here. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. And hopefully we'll see you again soon. Cop. We're living under the cop regime. I feel like this is the closest, but it's not a dictatorship of the proletariat. Some kind of democracy, maybe? Nope, sadly not. Revachol is what is called a special administrative region, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is, she thinks, market-driven. Meaning buying is voting. If there's no government, how come there are cops? Oh, dear, she shakes her head, suddenly very worried. And you really were doing so well. There really aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone. Wait, so how did I do? You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things, history and places. Remembering reality in a world. It's very odd. What is the revolution you mentioned? A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. And what does that have to do with there not being any cops? It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better. I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things, and how can I help you? Who could tell me more? Someone more educated in these things than me? Someone rich, maybe. Wealthy people are educated, though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. But thank you, sweetie. You did make me forget about my worries for a while. She smiles up at you, but her concern is creeping back into her expression. Let's try to get her to tell us about some cryptids, because it's not like we have anything else to do with our day. There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd only be too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask. Hey, Lena. I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you study. Could you tell me about a couple of them? Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company, too. What's the biggest cryptid? That would be the giant of Coconur, she says as if it's common knowledge. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Coconur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes. Wait, what do you mean by odd light? A mirage or a cyclogenous luminescence. She does not elaborate on the nature of the luminescence. And just how big is it? No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon, expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision. Wow. Is it dangerous? The towering luminosity of Coconur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others a fate unimaginable. That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Coconur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Coconur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes. Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this. Digging this parascientific stuff right here. What is the tiniest cryptid? Cryobacter catalensis, she answers immediately. Yes. A unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the most northern parts of the Katla, on the Boreal Plateau, by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijano some 70 years ago. And what's so special about it? The bacterial colony Mijano found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history. Mijano disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Wait, she injected herself with it? Yes, the bacteria had survived since the ice since times immemorial. It's not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea. You mean there is an immortal geologist wandering the world? Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. Uh-huh. Last week was before recorded history for Harry. You're not wrong. We can assume that she's been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the cryobacter catalynesis coursing through her bloodstream. Okay. What's the most dangerous cryptid? The gnome of Jeroma. She pauses for effect. The gnome of Jeroma? That sounds terrifying. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue. What did this cryptid look like? It was reportedly a small creature, with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead, an ungainly little thing, quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it while it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in a tarpaulin to suffocate it. She looks at you, her voice grave suddenly. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die. Are there any photos of it? Alas, no. And the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse simply put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking it would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all of the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and turned the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science, she says mostly to herself. Alas. Always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient? Seems very convenient that it just disappeared and nothing like it was ever seen again. She nods. I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens when things that are rare and stand out. The disappearance is most memorable and they are least likely to be found again. Are there invisible cryptids? What an interesting question, and the answer is yes. Yes, there are. What's that? The call d'Omama d'Aqua, or thin whisper of sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be. A self-replicating sound wave. Invisible and intangible. It's very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track. Call d'Omama d'Aqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low. A whisper light and low. Say that quickly 10 times. No, I'm good. Her eyes laid up behind her glasses. Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they? Although the low part is a little ironic, the call d'Omama d'Aqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. It could be everywhere, all the time, and we wouldn't know. But how can an animal be a sound? Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves, but there's no evidence to support the theory. Could it be here? Right now? It could be, she says calmly. As I said, it could be everywhere, and we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives, and nights. What evidence is there of this animal being a sound? Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside of the range of human hearing. When playing back the recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ia mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds. Songbirds. The scientists soon discovered that they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on the sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the most highest-pitched bat calls. She transforms when speaking about these strange animals into a confident woman. They realized that they had discovered a new species, and called it the Col de Mama de Croix, after pericarnation. I don't know. Name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent. Go on. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among them individual birds, and, she smiles, you began to name some of them. What do I come into? Hey, Gawkentor! We're learning about fictional cryptids. I mean, all cryptids are fictional, but these ones are, I think, made up in this game universe. Name them. Sequester, Time, Josquin, she nods. Those are but some of the Mama de Croix they followed individually. Pericarnation. Probably, yeah. You can't just call Bigfoot fictional. Why not? Why is the Mama de Croix so afraid of us? That is a sad story, she frowns. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing the professors, nearly drove it to extinction. Extinction? She nods gravely. They tried to communicate with it, and had no other means but sound, so they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mama de Croix. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear? This lady should really be a teacher. She's good at explaining things. She's really good at the explaining things thing. Psst. They cancel each other out. They cancel each other out. Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, they wiped out most of the population. Great regret washes over her, a wending cloth. After that, the corpuscles appeared to have been migrating elsewhere. There could have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in here, but there have been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Col de Mama de Croix population anywhere. Interesting. What about my pen? Is there krypton on the pen you gave me? Yes! It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. War story? Yes. It was reported by soldiers in the TNN. During the war, the kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. With its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight. She's fine. And there was something about an undiscovered subspecies of man? Indeed there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners. You mean Kim isn't human? I knew it! I mean, technically, the light is, like, going over her head, so she's fine. But also, we're interrogating her. Tell me what you know about cryptids! In everyday speech, human isn't really a scientific category. For all legal and ethical purposes, your partner is a person like you, so you might as well think of him as being human too. Oh. Some argue that the kind green ape should also be thought of as human, especially because it has shown itself to be so humane. I don't dare form an opinion one way or another without more information, though. Man, I just can't get enough of these cryptids. She grins. I'm glad you liked them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You ask my husband when you get the chance. He's the real expert. All right. Thanks. All right.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Huh? Everett talked, he promised you'd cooperate. Oh, so you want to talk to my mommy, now she's making me play with you? He spits. Is that it, lawman? And what's going to happen if we don't? The little guy leans forward. You're going to go and tell on us? Oh, goodness. Very mature guys. Everett said word, right? Yeah, I heard him. The fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, capo. He clears his throat and declares, Hello, officer! I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys, how may we assist you? It would take an army to bend Titus to its will, but having Everett back you up like that does seem to have some effect. Okay. I'm going to talk about the hanging again. Again? Just get the dead guy's autograph since you're his biggest fan. I feel like I'm missing something. Did they spit on their own floor to insult you? There is a spittoon. But also, yeah, probably. We shouldn't do this. That's a bad idea. No, I don't think any. You still have to explain the bullet I found on the hangman's head. You still on about that bullet? He pats the back of his head. A bullet in a hangman's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious. Truly curious. If you hanged him, how did it get there? He gives you an indulgent look. Well, there's so many bullets in the world and so many heads. He sighs deeply. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads. It's about to happen again, you know. He taps his right temple. Just statistically speaking, of course. Sire, it would be an event most dramatic if you were to produce a bullet and dangle it before their very eyes. I'm going to ask you again, why was this, show them the bullet, in the victim's head? Wow. The little man leans in to inspect the leaden blossom. He's got the real evidence, bag and all. Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened. I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting. You know what I think? He raises his finger. I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet. Around the bullet, man. Elaine pinches the root of his nose. That's a good one. All the goofing around is to avoid lying. It's a technique. But they're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this. Okay. Did you guys shoot him? Shit! He throws his head back. I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk. Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. The little guy looks at you in the eye. But I hope he stays sober. I meant before he was hanged. Before? After? During? She spreads her arms. This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time. Don't worry. I'll figure this out sooner or later. Never been worried in my life, lawman. He crosses his hairy arms, having forgotten about his beer for a moment. It's not like he blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there somewhere. Yeah. All right. I'll come back to this.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
You the Hardy girl? I am not, she says dryly. You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model. Her face stiffens. Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney. He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of La Debutante International. Get a grip, Glenn. She went to law school. So fucking what? A lot of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad. No, Glenn, they aren't. Her tone is cold and uninvolved. This didn't change her opinion of you. It's not her. She's not a Hardy girl, definitely. Are you Lizzie, Elizabeth, Miss Buford? I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Ardy, she points to the tall man by the table. Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes, the way she stands in her face. Easy Leo told me about you. He likes to talk a lot. You're not here to chat up the legal counsel, you're here to question these men. Why are you so aggressive? I'm being aggressive? She raises her eyebrows. Listen, you morally intern lackey. You're part of a mob enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all. And you are the bodyguard. Fuck yeah! The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer. So ask what you came to ask or get back to your commanders. I like that. Good start. Let's take a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plans? Look, a comedian. Her expression stiffens. Do your job. Ask your questions and get out of Martinez. Strange, as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary. Maybe we'll talk later. Alright. Anything else to do here? I don't think so. What else am I going to spend my day on? I feel like I don't have anything else to do. I'm just kind of waiting for Kim to get here. What's that? Could it be? A Kodo Mama de Quoi? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear. Is it? Is there a ringing? There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring, ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? Like something tickles your ear? Lena also said it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic, but admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere in there too. But then, isn't there always? Listen closely first. There it is again. You are about to rediscover a long-lost species. Keep listening. You must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it'll come toward you. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should be looking for are healthy women of childbearing age. Move your head toward the sound. Oh no, the sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No, too late. It's gone. There isn't any ringing anymore, just the sound of the streets. No, come back, please! Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again. Oh, I guess I could interrogate Kuno.
Fuck this Kuno kid!
The boy turns towards you. He doesn't care. Talk to Manana about the armor. So? He raises his eyebrows, projecting aggressive indifference. Love the lady and the made-up cryptids. They're pretty fun. He said... Let's see... He told me you promised to sick the pigs on him. Yeah, so? He doesn't understand. Kuno did sick the pigs on him. Kuno's a man of his word. Kuno said you fat ass running around like jello! Look, pig. He's suddenly all business. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on. I'll remember this, Kuno. You got fucked, he repeats. You got fucked, been fucked bad. Of course, you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here, griefing the Kuno. Now this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face. Yeah, real interesting. Okay. Kuno doesn't fucking care. Well, that was useless. What do we have? Let's see. We could try to get the expression off of our face. Oh, okay. We can't do that one yet until it's time, whatever that means. I need to kill time to deal with the smoker on the balcony. I can't find a way into the whirling secret passages yet. Can't get information on the lynching until I have my badge. Can't sing karaoke until I have a song. Oh, there's a person on that balcony. Huh. Oh, I did want to talk to Renee.
Vigilance, officer! What can this old carabinier do for you?
Renee, I found your guard booth. Yes, the Debarders Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. He looks down. Not out of any political alliance, mind you. I am an old man. I don't sleep any more than a few hours every night and money is tight, he adds with a slight sigh. Feels like he has to justify himself for some reason. You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard. Yes, it does, he nods. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. Hold on, why are you on a leave? It is a private matter, he says with dignity. Nothing to do with your investigation. You see, Officer, René is the kind of man who also dies and admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, seek it out. A real man's man, he's just going to hide it out. I am fine, goddamn it! Mind your own business! Oh, this over-the-top accent. The outburst makes him clutch his chest. It's nothing! I just got to cut back on the coffee! So, who was working your shift that night? No one! The booth has been unmanned since last Monday! He looks suddenly very old and tired. There is no other guard. It is just me. The container yard has been unguarded for a week? Yes, he nods before hesitantly continuing. It's not actually an issue. I mean... Look, officers, his partner jumps in. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Mr. Clare just had the booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative. Mostly decorative? The possibility of someone being there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals, he tries to argue. Everett created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabinier's pension of honors and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects badly on the whole neighborhood, his words. There's absolutely nothing wrong with tear collecting. It's my side thing too. Proudly hold out the tear bag. Oh, I did not mean to imply that there's something wrong with that, the jolly man says quickly. I do it too. Everyone does. It's an excellent side thing. I like food. I like food too. Hey, Yabao. How's it going? Yes, 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 the carabinier utters angrily. Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now? He is not going to become an entrepreneur. I saw a picture in there. You were in it. You look happy. Who's the girl? His features stiffen and he gets a cold look. She is nobody. That is none of your concern and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM. Is the guy French? Oh, he's very French. There's a lot of French-speaking or French-accented people in this game because we are in... like a Frenchy kind of area. It's called Martinez, and it's kind of like a weird francophone place, I think. But his accent is like over the top French. The lady Jean-Marie Polio. Gaston speaks with a soft voice. And she Charissel wasn't a nobody. Got it. Thanks. You seem to be playing... Oh, yes, like I said. He brings it up again. I would be up anyway, so I may as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp. You seem to be playing in a crater. Yes, the man nods. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. You know what created it? I do. He nods, straightening his back. Fire from heavy artillery. Heavy artillery fire, you say? That's the best kind of artillery fire. Very interesting. Okay, it's creator left by artillery fire, but why? Why what? Why was heavy artillery used? Because that is what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Did you use artillery fire against them? Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got leaked, he adds, squeezing a boule in his fist. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked calibre. God bless him, but the suzerains simply weren't big enough. It was probably a bit more complicated than that. Why shell them here in Martinez? Because this place is the damn beachhead, he says, pointing to the bay. And to soften the commies up first. The beckhead? The beachhead. Beachhead, there we go, that's a word. Yes, he nods, inspecting you with some disdain. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. They're basically all French. Yeah, basically. He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are often Stella Marie at the Delta. He points to the northeast. Deathblow. Sounds grim. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, he says, looking down at the soil, were playing pétanque on their mangled corpses. Blood Ground. The other one shakes his head. You got old René going there, like he isn't angry enough already. Explains the war damage. Damn right, son! They laid the fire of hell on this city before they stormed it, and it worked too. There's a strange gleam in his eyes. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. A dark shadow runs across his face. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place. Well, it's your own damn fault, the jolly man marks. We, the coalition, Revachol. Oh, dang!
After Savage Tide, I had took the dog to the park. But now I'm here.
Hi, Kelsa! Thank you so much for the 27 months! That's so many months! How is it so many months? Thank you. Hello, welcome. I hope you had a good Savage Tide and a good time at the dog park. It's a mystery how it's so many months. It's so many! We, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence. I'm here to see the ways you don't fuck up like me and get info out of these guys and maybe a sandwich. third Twitch baby. You're not even wrong. You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding them. He stops mid-sentence and turns to you. What do you think? Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess. Now they rule us. Shake your head in shame. I'm sorry it had to be them. He looks down at his boots. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food, and drinking peace in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clown Frisell had risen from her grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. This royal failure weighs heavily on him. Instead, all that is just holy and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. He sighs. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the rule of suzerain with. How does Philippe III factor into this? It doesn't, the veteran replies sharply. That was 100 years ago and got nothing to do with anything. I don't really care about this stuff. What exactly is a suzerain? The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? He then slowly nods to himself. They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rolled the cavalry straight into the gunfire. Is there anything you can tell me about this rifle? Isabelle Makarov, he says, taking the rifle. I already know all this. 4.46 caliber, breech loading rifle made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing, and the mechanism is jam shut. Still a beauty, he adds, handing the rifle back. Where did you find it? In the basement there, point at the bookshop. So I missed a lot of the stream. We only just started, Kulan. Hello and welcome. It's all good. We've only been going for 2 hours, so you haven't missed too much. How you doing, Kulan? In the basement there, point at the bookshop. I'm not surprised. He looks at the building. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. I need to improve my composure. You didn't get into the bookshop basement yet. You didn't. You should. There's some interesting things in there. Your funding application was rejected? Ugh, I'm sorry, Kulan. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you, he shrugs. These BM446s are red antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. Didn't try super hard yet. You'll get there. It does suck. I'm really sorry to hear that. I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout. You still have one bid going. It's not ideal. Well, still, I hope it gets approved, whatever it is. Ah, yes, King Philippe III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was. Oh, absolutely. He smiles as if reliving a pleasant memory. At the mercy of Cocaine's nothing tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold? A superpower, feared and respected, a testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king, someone who knows how to rule. What was that about Cocaine? Oh, old Philippe was a big fan of the purple nose candy, and the nobility loved so much. He's a cocaine connoisseur of sorts. He chuckles. His egocentricity is borderline legendary. You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? He asks, obviously annoyed. Oh, you're starting on Sunday. That's exciting. I hope that it goes well and you don't have any issues because you don't need them right now. Be sure to post about it in my Discord and the other streams channel so people can come support you. That is why the Philippine kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision to aid in their work. Regnum Cocaneum, Revachon's finest years. He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past. They used cocaine for clarity of vision. Philippe III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court medic administered a dose to his mother when she was in labor. And it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms. Higher realms? Of course, it all makes sense. He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he? What was that about higher realms? Sounds interesting. It's really not. He turns to Renee. Please do spare us the cocaine fairy tales. How should a true king rule? Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself. A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it is such madness to try to... Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened. There's some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before. The carabineer doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. Let's talk about something else. Do I have anything to improve my composure? Probably not. No. If I do, I'm already wearing it. Hey, psst. Who, me? Yes, you. We're on the streets. You're ready to start building communism again. Again? Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet, but neither has love. Should we just stop building love too? Yes, we should all stop building love. This conversation really isn't about love. Try to keep up, okay? This is about communism you've promised to build. Word on the streets, it's gonna be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted. Is that true? Get the fuck out of here now. They're still making Broken Sword? Wait, what? Huh. Alright, let's see if we can figure out...
Vigilance, officer! What can this old carabinier do for you?
Nope. All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past in his old uniform. This is not uncommon. He catches your glance and nods. This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service to Frizzle the First, Guillaume Le Lion, and the valiant King Philippe the Fifth before him. Don't you mean Frizzle the Fun? You do not speak his name, Craven! Although he was a clown, he adds. Turns back to you. But he was our clown! Ours to ridicule and mourn. Hey, Ice Bunny! Alright. There's something you missed. You'll get to it. Don't worry. Alright, what else am I gonna do while I'm killing time? I can't sleep until it is 2100. I guess I can see if there's any other checks I need to retry. I could try to fix my face. That's basically it. What is that? Nothing, I guess. Looks like something, though. Conceptualization. Alright, well, we'll leave it at that for now. Oh, have I not searched this? Ooh, give me the bottle.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Oh, I do have some more questions I can ask her. Kim complained about the running. Yes, he did the same with me. He's like, why so much running? I'm like, man, my brain's so smart. I gotta run to keep up with all my thoughts. Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do? What do I do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. There's a touch of discomfort there. She merely wants to represent. So what do they do? The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. She points to the small dots on the horizon. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. It's just how we do when where I'm from, nice. Then, to the east, towards the harbor. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil, and gas exploration, offshore platforms. The Wild Pines group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain, himself centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Who are the other Indo-tribes? Saint Baptiste, Lum, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star. You're in good company, it seems. Why, thank you. She does not register the real meaning of the remark. How much money does Wild Pines have? I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year the company booked more than 20 billion in real in revenue. Wow. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. There are capital improvements, interest payments. A wave hits the sloop and she grasps the mainstay for balance. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. And then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility. But where does Wild Pines get all those billions? They started as an exploration and cargo fleet, conducting trade between the Samoan and Insulidian Isolas. 250 years ago, when Pines' ship explored the South Seminese and charted Lo Manthang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from the employees to build it. It probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly. You know more than you let on. She takes a sip and looks over you afresh. Certainly it helped. But most of the original Indo-tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that. What game is this? It's called Disco Elysium. And it is a game where we play an amnesiac cop trying to solve a murder in a fictional French-esque isola / archipelago. And our brain has conversations with us. It's really good. And he does drugs. I am not doing drugs, Kelsa. That was past me. Present me is clean. And I have a headache to prove it. What does such a huge system want with a place like this? You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? She gives you a little smile. Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? 8% of all cargo in the world. That's quite the endeavor indeed. She nods forcefully. There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for. Lest the entire system break, every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs the world's over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen. With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone. What can you tell me about this strike? Everything. She smiles, right up to, but not including, trade secrets. What is your role in this precisely? I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines in return with the Wild Pines counter-offer. Alright, how are these talks going? They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2.2 meter racist behemoth blocking the gates. Ah, you mean Measurehead. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. She leans back and rolls her eyes. How were the talks going before the lynching? Let's say it was not making the kind of progress I had hoped when I first arrived. How long have you been here? I arrived 3 weeks ago, she thinks. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM. I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he granted the union in prior negotiations. What happened then? The union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time, the demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive? Ludicrous, even, it's meant. What are their demands? There are leaflets everywhere, and yes, banners. What did they say again? Oh, yes. Every worker a member of the board. Most of the workers probably don't know what that means. Seems like they have no idea about business. In its defense, another said demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. What does that even mean? Most of them probably don't even know what that means. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs a signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. That's not realistic. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of the Wild Pines group. What are you gonna do? I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume this was just their opening position, but a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery? But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. Yes, this is a very, word-heavy game. It's like part murder mystery, part visual novel. And now people are getting lynched, I hear. Find the whirling room rags. Disastrous situation if ever there was one. What happened to this Gaumont? Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? She pauses to compose herself. Fuck off, midget? Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Not cool? Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. A lot less disco dancing than one would expect. I mean, there was a disco the first night when we had the disco ball hanging from our hung corpse in our dreams. Not good enough at voices for these things. That's fair. It's quite demanding on the old throat hole. The scabs at the gate. Did you put them there? The scabs. She raises her brow. You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead to work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by the Wild Pines or its affiliates, that would be a company secret. I could not share with you. Not right now, at least. Oh. She's implied she's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion. Okay. What do you think of Everard? Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Really? Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. That's Everard, all right. He is the most corrupt individual I've ever seen. And I deal with men like him for a living. If there's anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. I remember hearing something about this Edgar. Have you seen him? No. Edgar looks exactly like his brother except for the lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everett does. And when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've been embezzling God knows how much of their workers' dues. What about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare? The Dipperdoes Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. She adjusts her hair. Organized labor is at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a how do you say? She hesitates, looking for the right expression. A giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol? Or a mob? She nods. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with the amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. One more thing. You said something happened in the elections? I'm glad you asked. There was a woman. A previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared. Yes, on the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, coming to work ever. End of story. Eerie. Some kind of extortion, probably? Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him. Alright. That's all I need to know. Let's change the topic. Of course. She passes the thermal cup between her gloved hands. How else can I help? You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in. This reality. She pulls her hood closer around her neck. Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case. It's related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality. Ah, yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy. Now that I think of it. She puts down her thermal cup and looks at you. I like drama. Drama's very fun. But then I'm no doctor. She takes a long sip of tea. Ask away, officer. I'll help out any way I can. All right. We're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay? Okay, where are we? Well, Martinez, baby. Baby? A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. I'm a disco holdover myself. Ha! She smiles. Aren't we all? She refers to your corresponding ages. Mm-hmm. And what is Martinez? Martinez is a district of Revachol. She looks around, her green raincoat flapping in the wind. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 8/81 in Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. She shrugs. Has its charms, just not that time of year. Tell me more about Martinez. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. She closes her eyes. There are ruins, terminals, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. She opens them. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it, and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. You mentioned a sea. What sea is this? It's not really a sea. It's the Bay of Revachol, and the bay feeds into the ocean. Are we near the ocean? Yes, we're on an island in the ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic. Known to the early Revacholians as les immensités bleues, the blue immensities. Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight. What's the name of this island? Cayo, as you already know. Because of Cayo having a French pronunciation, I gave her a French accent. Hold on. Cayo, as you already know. She looks to the waters. Imagine a pebble, a smooth over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen and cracked, the cracks of the river Esperance. We're on the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary. It's clear this pebble is an enormous value to her. And to humanity at large. Okay, that's Martinez. What is Revachol? Revachol. Revachol is what you call a city. What kind of city is Revachol? The great kind. As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact. What makes Revachol great? History, detective. They built this city to resolve history. A part in it, at least, are centuries. Who built this city? The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ilmara, depending on your creed. And when was it built? In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago. And why will it resolve history? They say it is where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean the conflicts, ideological conflicts, the stuff of men. Why here? We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. She smiles. It's where the money is. Okay. Hey, grilled cheese, how's it going? So... we're pretty much at the center of the world. Oh, we're quite a way off. About... She points across the water where the skyscrapers rise. A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor. Light reflecting off their glass windows. 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are in Shercom, Coalition Government and Cylindian Mission Command. Look to the sea. I sound better? Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There's no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. Say nothing. Observe the large body of water swelling, cold. Jamais vu. That means never seen? Yeah, never seen. Ne jamais is a negation in French you put around a verb to say I've never done this. So like ne mange jamais would mean I've never eaten. So jamais vu would mean never seen. Derealization. She observes your eyes scanning the horizon that breaks the silence slowly. This one thought you need to complete. Where are you? Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown. Edutainment with a stady. I like to take things that I know and apply them to things that I'm doing. Oh, jamais vu is that's what Inland Empire is telling us to do. Complete that thought. Yeah, I know French. Remember your GCSE French now. I don't know what GCSE stands for. What times are these? These are unimportant times, detective. She puts her finger to her lips, then points at you. You and I were born after the dust had settled. A thousandth of a second too late. Too late for what? For the big time. Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's the big time? Secondary school up. I see. The revolution, she says. Ha! And what is this revolution I keep hearing about? It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, a species gets together and decides what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. A real kerfluffle. Crizzle, thanks for a rating. Hello and welcome, everybody. Hey, Atomica. Hey, Jelly. Oh, you ended up playing Hades. I don't know anything about it. Is it good? How do you like it? All right. Who got shot in the head? It's so good. What is it? Like, what kind of game is it? Very tough. Action-packed and Greek god themed. I see. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Roguelite action game, similar combat to Diablo or Path of Exile. Okay. Hey, how's demo? Based on Greek myths. That sounds really interesting. I like Greek myths. But I've never played Diablo. I don't know if that would be a game for me or not. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them as well. So one forgets they even existed. The community is very kind, made up for the loss from switching from Pokemon. It's all good. I'm glad that it's got a nice community. Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back? Did they ever? Before they shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Truly a kerfluffle. Yes, the Insulidian deluge, they called it. I had a deluge too. In my head. Point to your little head. Yes, an acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. She blinks her green eyes. Exacerbated means made worse. I know! That's one of my favorite words. Thanks, Joyce. What kind of cop do you think you are? I'm a sorry cop, apparently. Hold on. See, I got 4 points in sorry cop and 3 points in superstar cop, so that means I'm a sorry cop. I refuse that diagnosis. I probably should have, but honestly, it's not wrong. Because I feel bad for all the shit I've done. Did I get a I don't even know if it gave me a thought, though. Anyway, we're a sorry cop. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side? Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. She shakes her head. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king, just the king's nephew. Have you been playing a lot of this game, Crizzle? Have you, like... I don't want to say beaten it, because I don't know if that's the right word. Have you gotten to the end, I guess? Oh, chow time. Be back shortly. Okay, we'll see you in a little while then. I'm curious, though. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and unproductive life as a venture capitalist in Grodd. Smart king, honestly. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frizzle got shot in place. It was on day 2. Oh, okay. Have you been streaming it? Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kinsmen. It was a wild time. When was this kerfluffle? Turn of the century revolution? She smiles mischievously. Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Grad Isola. By the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. Who started it? It wasn't a who, but a what? A pandemic of Zarath. Jeez, words. A pandemic of Zarath. Particularly virulent prion disease, in which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazrov came along and overthrew the government. What does this Zarath do? It made people overthrow their governments. Wow, really? Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only proved the spark. Alright, well, where did it spread from there? What are your thoughts on egg magnet? I don't know what that means. Hey, Karu. From Revachol and Grad, not far, the world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08. Elsie Hupp, thanks for following. Hello and welcome. It was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune. 2 years later, that was the end. So what came next? Why, you and I, officer. She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind. Our lives in the special administrative region. Something tells you her life and yours are not all that similar. Maybe because she has a boat and you have a necktie and a pair of pants. The lady looks like Gillian Anderson dressed as Maggie Thatcher. Our lives are real different from each other. Look, she kind of does. You're not wrong. No doubt, but we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you'd think. Alright, well, what is this special administrative region? A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia. The special administrative region is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Alright, what happened in the rest of the world? It is a nice tie, though. I mean, in my off-stream playthrough, my tie keeps trying to convince me to kill myself, so I don't really like it. Interregnum. Okay. In between rules and reigns. Okay. A nice polite euphemism for anarchy. Gotcha. It's not very nice of a tie to do. I know. It's kind of mean. It tightens around my neck and makes me think of strangling myself, so that's not fun. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the intersolar communication, telematic telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. 51 minus 8 equals 43. Wait, you're saying it's been like this for 43 years? Time flies. What have we been doing all that time? The 20 saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. And after that? The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. And that's when they discovered disco. Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An isolar-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. She curtsies. Hey, Lavender! How's it going? Welcome. Task complete. Get a reality lowdown. Welcome to reality, baby. For her to be where she is, Wild Pine's group must have picked the right side. Who got the mineral rights? Interisolary is kind of like, this whole area is referred to as like the Isolas, because it's an archipelago. So the interisolary region is basically referring to this archipelago. So, who got the mineral rights? The Liberals got the mineral rights. Hey, Abyss, thanks for hosting. Welcome. Hello. I waved to my screens. Y'all can't see me, but I did it anyway. Would have put the accent on the first syllable, but you don't know if your pronunciation is correct. Yeah, I don't know. Isolary? I don't know. A solary sounds more natural to me. Don't know. The Liberals got the mineral rights. She looks up to the sky, then inland at the crumbling city. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Okay, and by liberals, you mean... Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective. Or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution and they were called the ultras or ultra-liberals. They fared well. How did the liberals win it all? Oh, they didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember? Gotta go to bed so I can wake up tomorrow. Sorry, I gotta go. It's all good. Thanks for popping by, Biz. Have a good sleep and thanks for the host. Ow, I keep kicking things. Ah, I hurt. She's one of them, of course. If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to? Have a good night, Biz. To foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. Wait. You just said the liberals already took everything. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. She stomps her rubber-booted foot. The ocean, the laws, and the people. Who are the coalition? The coalition of nations, Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur le Clef, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do. There's bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause. Moralist. The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the heads. I mean, that sounds good. At least not in the same manner and volume as others do. They're the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. The rulers of Revachol and also the world, these guys are strong. This is the special administrative region. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of the Moral Intern or Moralist International is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of the gray sky. Unofficial. For a moment there was hope. Not just technically, practically, for a moment there was hope. A devout man of the center, she nods. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. Which side was Wild Pine's group on? They picked the winning side. That's why they're here and others are not. They chose wisely. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way if I had been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led Pines to doom. You would have sided with the king. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of things, you might have too, she thinks. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. She is super pretentious, but she is exceedingly wealthy. Ah, Bandit was barking at an animal. Your dog is cute. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Capri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. What would you have done differently? Good question. She cranes her neck. What would you have done differently? I don't know what I would have done differently. Then you would have died, most likely, not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast of the day that the coalition took the city. The cold runs down your spine. She gestures towards the water. I don't think I would have fought with the communards. The wind stops. There is silence on the dark water of the Martinez Inlet. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building. And you would have died fighting against them, long before the beachhead. Our time is a shadow cast by that day. Now he's on the bed and much more content than he was an hour ago. Well, that's good. What are the intangible benefits of wealth? Extreme comfort in expressing one's mind. Yes. That's enough about the times. They are what they are. Who knows? Enough to bloom may yet come. Anyways, enough sentimentality. Is there something else you want to know? Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. I want to know what you are. She hums. She won't maneuver her way out of this one. I am the vilest of the vile, she says with a sudden flash of teeth. A traitor, a devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra. Dios mio! Draw across. A liberal! Yes, she nods slowly. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed a king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. She looks into your eye. You're a centrist at heart, a real moralist. No, tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening? In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire, decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes. I forgive you, but only because you're charming. Adieu, she pronounces, who, being of the great charme de guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly. Vile de guile. You shake your head slowly. I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as friends despite my scaly bulk and the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. She turns her gaze to the Delta. This was all our last generation managed. Would you have done something differently? With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps modern age a monument to an efficacy of its artillery. While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracts. I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Montanese, and not in the Stella Marie or Delta beachheads either, if not for my own sake, and for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it. Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean. You're a patriot. Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here. You're a smart woman. Perhaps. Her earrings chime as she nods. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. You're no dummy yourself. So am I. Am I trying to say I'm like a smart woman? A smart boy getting smarter. One basic term of reality at a time. You have daughters. Yes, whatever else I'm also a mother and a wife. She closes her eyes and opens them again. Now, shall we return to reality? What is this acute encephalopathy? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B to the brain. Symptoms include retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out. She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective. In case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio. What causes encephalopathy? Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use. Oh, it's definitely the drinking. She nods slowly. What's this? Bird. She tilts her head. A sphenicid. A flightless bird of the polar regions. Am I really that awkward? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. I mean, what's this place here? Ah, she spreads her arms almost as wide. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two. She looks around. What is Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see, and new buildings, bâtiments, after les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveau, they're old. She looks up at the crumbling facade. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall, a real high-rise by the standards of the last century, built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay and the delta. That was before the war, of course. Who lived in them? Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. There was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped off 4 or 5 stories. Splat, splat! From the dilapidated balcony, Cindy the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat. You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a sawing motion. Wonderful. What is that? The girl in the old lady rags? Yes. Looks like a sullen, rebellious member of the teen infraculture. Infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the superculture, common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It's an illusion, I'm afraid. There's no refuge from the superculture. Okay. I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. Yes, basically, you should call her a hipster. Or... Yeah, hipster. Too pop. I mean, I guess a lot of other subcultures kind of are counterculture as well. Like, people who are goth tend to not like popular things either. Or, I think like emos were also against like things that were popular and mainstream. And hipster is just kind of one variant of that. So we're normies? Yeah, we're the normies. She pauses to take a long, leisurely sip of tea. All right, what's next? Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the superculture. I think I may be part of an infraculture. Hey, Golden. Her eyes go round with surprise. And what would that be? Disco. I can see that, yes. I dabbled in those dark arts myself not so long ago. She smiles enigmatically. I assure you it was a thoroughly superculture phenomenon. All permeating, downright mandatory. Nothing info about your disco, baby. Your disco? Those days are long behind me. She looks inland with a sarcastic wistfulness. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a new girl. Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me. I feel like the connotation of hipsters, that such a person is a bourgeoisie poser. Maybe? The new. The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne colored everything. From the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now, she raises her eyebrow at you. Sounds fun. I can't remember a single thing. Wasn't it Guillaume le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there? Wait, Guillaume le Million? I was just thinking about that guy. Whatever happened to him? Yes. She looks hesitant. That's not very central to reality, is it? I still want to know. I can't be 100% certain, but I believe he died due to complications from venereal disease. Which one? All of them. So you're saying he didn't vanish into a puff of stardust? I'm afraid no, but then again, one can't be entirely sure. It's all part of his mystique. Ask someone else. You may get more champagne-colored take. Alright, let's see. I'm going to conclude for now. I need esprit de corps and conceptualization on my body. Let's focus on conceptualization first. Alright, that's all we can do. We're not selling that pen. I love that pen. Wow, you work hard. I do? Oh yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. What hard work do I do exactly? Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged? That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way and you won't let it break you. You ride. Yeah, I fucking ride till I die, bitch. That's just what it's like. Life and death, but you got gills on your side, baby. Those black papers with the faces of innocence on them, you bring the Franco Negros and the Azolas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. I guess I've made some gills. Sure, yeah. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into some cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now ask yourself, are you rich? No, I'm definitely not rich. That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave. You're still practically a hobo. Why is that? I don't know. Why am I so poor? I assume it's because I spend it all on booze. Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Looks like we met Madame Studiesworth. Oh, we've not just met her. We've interrogated her about the very concepts of reality. What kind of shoes am I wearing? Snakeskin? How goes the art cop biz? It's going. Hey, Lurks, how's it going with you? Kim's not here because he's taken the body to the morgue. So we're just kind of running around doing investigation stuff. Are taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol? I thought there were no taxes. You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, this tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gossamer state's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money. Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? I mean, that's a kind of pain, but how will deregulation help with that? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it, okay? Whatever. Oh, we have some things that are done. Read the watermarks. Oh, right. We did that a while ago. Get the body down. Where's the rest of the armor? Some of it is in, the morgue now, and we're never gonna see it again. Alright.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Reality. Even with 7, we still have to get double 6s to get this. May as well. Nope. A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. It's on the tip of your tongue. A doubt of sorts already in your head, but it's not fully formed yet. You'll have to wait and return to this later when the jamais vu thought is complete. Alright. Now we're gonna put on our esprit de corps.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Alright, let's give this a try. Yeah! I wasn't expecting that to work. 6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of the Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. Aww. To his left, his partner Emil Mullins whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, finger on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls on it slowly now. "He'll find it again." "We always do." "What am I?" "You? You're an officer of the RCM," she says energetically. "The Revasol Citizens Militia." "Precisamente." "Good. And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?" "Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of the post-revolutionary Revachol, detective." "You say de facto?" "Yes. That means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is politically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin." "What do you mean?" "The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfare, and Ailment Acts. They're pieces of legislation keeping a city in, let's be honest, laissez-faire status. To the benefit of foreign capital?" So basically, I'm a thrall to foreign interests? Oh, there's nothing basic about your role, detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. She leans in. Yet on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of yours. Why? The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. She smiles. They will never forgive you. So, permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. Thanks, ma'am. And, if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I am here to help. She bows and smiles. What's the RCM again? I'm just doing this so I can click things and clear them out. Alright. By the way, I've talked to Everard Clare. You have? She smiles carefully. And how did you like Mr. Clare? Oh. Finally, time to choose sides? I don't want to choose sides! No, oh. I have a feeling the international community does not approve of him. Oh, come now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or, wait, actually, she answers her own question. Corruption? That's how he's done it. Fantastic, worm-like corruption reaching into the bowels of the earth. She looks to the ground and nods. Of course, I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not worm myself. There's a pause. What if you felt like passing some information? How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. It would only be, she smiles, gossiping. Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say on these things. I will talk about this later. Of course, detective. She simmers down. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Nope, bye. Okay. Well, we can return to Evrart and tell him about the borscht, I guess. I'm kind of out of things to do today. There are things that I could try to do, but without having my authority, because it's being taken up by the self-critique. I kind of want to wait until tomorrow to deal with it. And then there are other things I also kind of want to wait until I have Kim there to deal with as well. Like, meeting with the potential witness. I would really like to have Kim there for that. Trying to establish my authority with Titus. I kind of want Kim there for that. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff I'm just gonna have to put off until tomorrow. Which kind of sucks, but maybe we don't need to be in a huge hurry. I don't know. You can also try to stop the expression from happening. That could be a thing we do. I would like to get rid of the expression. I'm not a big fan of it.
Mr. Dubois, every worker?
Member of the board.
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the Socialist Democratic fervor now burns in your heart too. How can I help you today?
Yeah, turns out the strikers were being served an alcoholic brew. I stopped this madness. I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. He chuckles. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the big picture stuff. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, strong, I stopped it straight. I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry. Alright, well, then I'm gonna go. Bye. I just came for the XP. Bye! Oh, that's right. I forgot I can zoom out so far. Alright, I have some stuff for electrochemistry. What is it? These gloves. These pants. Actually, it doesn't matter. Either pants are fine for electrochemistry. So let's keep the jeans on. Let's keep it casual. We're a cool casual cop. I think that's it. We're gonna have to go wait on a bench. I think there's one. Yeah, just right here. We can sit on. You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks on the bench. Your feet ache. Think deep thoughts. That's the disco cop motto. Keep it cool and casual, cop. You finally stopped picking your nose. Let's do it again. Ooh. This one is almost done. Cool. Let's, time passes. The bright sun blazing overhead is making it difficult to concentrate on deep thoughts. Let's twiddle our thumbs. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid wind blowing from the coast. After a while, you've had enough. Now we're gonna twiddle them again. Let's get up. So we can cash in this thought. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. Oh gosh, these are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeting suspect on foot, but hit him in the pelvis. Oh, in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And above all, you've let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning until you die or overcome it. Now, we get healing. That's actually kind of good. Failing int and psi red checks heal morale, and failing physical and motor red checks heal health. The learning cap for pain threshold rates to 6. That's a pretty good one. And that gives us our authority back. We did want to learn jamais vu. Maybe. Rochelle Special Administration Region, Lacayo, the Insulating Ocean, blah blah blah. Name after name, none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something's wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Truvant, the Apricot Company, World Games 34. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corner, see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all the thoughts, the one you must truly complete. Let's do it. Let's sit and think deep thoughts. Time passes. You wonder how your gun is doing. Hopefully it's okay. You're really starting to regret the poor way you handled your own sidearm. Deeper thoughts. This case is unsolvable. You should just give up right now and apologize to the whole town. Even deeper thoughts! Time passes. Stare into the sky. The sun draws ever closer to the horizon. The sky is a panorama of intense colors. Jamais vu. The opposite of deja vu, not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood only now. That's the feeling you've been having, and who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in is the fundamental question. -1 encyclopedia is not the worst because it's already pretty high. It's like normally 5. -1 to that's not a big deal. Alright, we'll go talk to Joyce and then we'll try to wipe this grin off of our face, literally. And then we'll go to bed and meet up with Kim in the morning and then try to handle everything else.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Questions about reality. What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air. What world is this? What world? The fading pearls of her eyes look to the sea. The only one, I suppose. The world of matter and its pale antipode. The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water. What do you see? Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough, she concludes. A frisson lifts the hairs on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay. The wind is sweeping the waters. The world is a suzerainty of Ravishal. There's a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century, when the humanity was higher in this world, discovering more and more of it. These archipelagos included. What is it? Elysium. Elysium. This world does not deserve a term of endearment? Yeah. There are those who would call it hell. What is hell? A term of hatred that originates, like many things, with the mask petrofascists. I don't feel like I have a clear... I don't have the whole picture yet. Oh, you want to find a picture of the world? She raises her finger to her lips. There's no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit. How come? Great things are difficult to achieve. But now, viewing the world from the inside, sideways. Inside sideways? What shape is this world, then? We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s. These writers seem to like the word suzerain almost as much as you do. They do like the word suzerain. So ORG stands for Occident Revishalgrad. There's a steadily increasing trickle of images between the big 3 scientific contributors. They're piecing together a dark gray corona. I infer from playing too much of old school RPGs that the world is infected Taurus. Dark gray corona? Yes, she pauses. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are gray flares and prominences, even arcs above entire solas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere, then it would certainly look fractured long ago. Wait, what? Oh my god, wait, what the hell are you telling me? You seem to be spooked. Please, don't be. Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets the moment pass. The pale, what do you mean, corona? They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we're still living on a planet, or, to speak more plainly, imagine a vast swath of land disrupted by nothingness. I'm sorry, dear. She looks around. It must sound quite terrifying. Through the acute encephalopathy, even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But This is one of the great questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound. A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together. You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. She looks up. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. Well, if you say it's disco. See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities. The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. What is pale? Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. It's the opposite of reality. Okay, but what is it? A definition. Okay, she concedes. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, detective. The separative tissue between the asolas, the intersolary mass. Wait, what is an asola? Asola is a Mesenian word for a continent of matter enveloped on all sides by the pale, also isolation or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries we have discovered 7. Mundi, Sol, Samar, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. The world is a Klein manifold? I don't know what that means. And Insulinde is an oceanic asola. It comprises mostly of water. Mundi's the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? She stops. Each is perishing and dear. Okay, what is the pale like? Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness. The negation of being. That's right, the negation of being. She tightens her hood around her neck. It's cold outside. If we're surrounded by pale, how do we get from Asola to Asola? Oh, it is... Her lungs deflate. Her words sound like a sigh. So difficult for us. A squall of birds, hardware operating in the harbor, firm, self-evident. It is possible to force dimensions on the pale. In modern times, we can even decompress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening its path. 3-dimension Mobius strip. Okay. But it's still hard for humans to navigate the pale without getting lost or having our minds damaged. Pale can damage the mind? Extensively. How? Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others that pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading. That it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past. Who says and who argues? The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. And what does this over-radiation feel like? It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pale exposure per year. It's more for her. Way more. You're not a civilian passenger. No. Nameless detective of the Citizens Militia, I am a member of the anthroponetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of pale transit annually. Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories? Are you over-radiated? Up to my gills, officer! Okay. What are its physical qualities? It's difficult to describe or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is a suspension of properties, physical, epistemological, linguistic. I didn't realize that this world was so removed from reality. The further into the Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. Might be impossible. Is it here? No, detective, was safe. She points to the sea. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You're in the middle of the Isola. As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach. 6,000 kilometers from the end of the world. Yes, that is enough. Many cities are built much closer. Feels like I need someone deliberately lying to you about your own psychology. I mean, I feel like that would just happen in our own brain. And pointing to the north there. An uproar of matter, darling, rising into the Pale, rolling, evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale, called the porch collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. She closes her eyes and breathes out heavily. The most disco thing you will ever see. What is anthroponetic? Anthroponetics, she corrects, is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it, by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain. They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Superisola. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them. Did they cross it, the Western Plain? There are signs of pretermodern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not on just technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years. What has anthroponetics changed then? So you're your own Moriarty? I think so. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed in which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Aerostatic craft? Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional rotors, jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference, for motion is suspended once you cross from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in, they come out the other end, if we throw them precisely. And if we do not, then they don't. Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface. So how much Pale is there compared to the world? The Pale outweighs reality 2-to-1. There's more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping. Slipping how? To our detriment, or... What do you think, detective? It's growing. There's more and more of the Pale. Precisely. It's one of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything, but that sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Cover that can't be. Where would we go? Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations, religious even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same. Off we go! You see the hanged man's mouth open. Off we go into the wild Pale yonder. One and all, she closes her eyes, they say Pale is death, but for the universe. Why should we just leave and the world gets left behind? Let's return to reality, please. Yes, sweet reality. She stomps her foot. But before we do, tell me, detective. Is this the first time you hear this? Do you really not remember anything? I sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good. Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale? It's terrifying. You were right, it's disco. It will end all life. That we continue to persist at all is a testament of our faith in one another. Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. A powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still, they have it coming. I'm worried. I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal to me. Okay. I don't know how you've survived with all... How you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. Who am I to think of anything about it? I mean, it's probably just gonna kill everybody, right? I have two thoughts. It's terrifying and it will end all life. I think it's both those things. But it's also fascinating. It will end all life. Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you. Your bloodshot eyes, your swollen face. You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, detective. If you don't even know this, then... She stops mid-sentence. This investigation will be my masterpiece, the one they will remember me by, I promise. I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him, and he's very competent. In the meanwhile... Some of that assurance is meant for herself as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here. Oh. Secret task complete. Talk to Joyce about the Pale without Kim. I didn't know that that was a thing. You have me. I will assist you in any way I can. Even if we have to do it one basic term at a time. She gives you a slight bow. Alright, we're done. We're gonna try to wipe this smile off of our face and go to bed. And then we're gonna take a break. And then we're gonna start day 3. And day 3 is where the magic's gonna happen, because that's when we get to finally close the water lock and cross to the next part of the map. And we're gonna crack this case wide open! If Kim's with you, he thinks learning about it would upset you too much. Oh, interesting. I didn't even know, because he wasn't here when I started talking about it in the first place, because he's doing police stuff, and I'm... Oh man, now I want to talk to him about the Pale. This is really interesting, though. I thought this world was a lot closer to the real world than it actually is. Hey, Kolu, thank you for following. There it goes. It's lagging because it's trying to load the inside of the Whirling and Rex. Yeah, I'm in that space right now, too. Because I literally thought, like, okay, we're just in some sort of made-up archipelago off the coast of France. It's whatever. And then us solos are just referring to islands, clearly. Like, it's just whatever. And then they drop this on me. I'm like, wait, what? There's, like, a thing called the Pale that you have to cross through, and it's like an oblivion, and you pass through oblivion to get to other Asolas? What? It's pretty crazy. Ooh. They left some money here. Well, now that's mine. Thanks. Ooh. Look. Wait. Can I take that? Cool. It's a little oblivion between friends. It's crazy, numbered star. It's really crazy. Is the Pale just the ocean? I don't think so. Because it's something that they literally have to regulate and limit people from accessing, and they have to use special airships to go through. Because once you enter the Pale, you can't affect anything there because it's not anything. So it's not like you can create propulsion in nothing. It's like trying to create a like it's like a true vacuum of complete nothingness, it seems like. Have a good night, Kulan. Hopping off for the day. I hope you sleep well. Alright, come on. Nope. Oh, we were really close too. We just needed 2 more. Still not happening. It won't come off that easily. Alright, well, we tried. You just yeet yourself and hope you got the direction right, or you're trapped forever. Well, until you die. Yeah. Alright, let's go to sleep. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself.
The Pale doesn't seem that different from space, just more overt. Kind of? It makes me think a little bit of like Sunless Skies, in that you're traveling in airships through this thing that's gonna drive you crazy by being in it.
You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you? The body's worthless anyway. No one ever does anything nice to it.
And why might that be the case? What lava lights on such a bloated corpse to be?
I'm an artist and liver damage is my art.
Oh yeah, baby. Frame your suffering as a masterpiece. Only one problem. No one's watching. It's boring, buddy. Boring as death. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
Just get me out of here then. Back to the other place.
Oh, baby boy, you're already in the other place. There's no nourishment for you tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe if you know, like, took a lot of drugs before you go to sleep, that'd do the trick. Maybe if you cracked the damn thing, you'd feel satisfied and tired, holding the picture puzzle in your hands complete. Maybe if you weren't so hard on yourself.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts. You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Open your eyes. All right. We made it. Another day. Let's save the game. And we're going to take a break here. Well, let me take us to our Be Right Back screen. We'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to put on some music, so enjoy the tunes and get up, stretch your legs, get a drink. We'll be back in just a few. Good timing. I'm back. Hi, everybody. Hope you guys had a nice break. Let's get back into the game. And now we have Kim back, hopefully. I miss Kim. Actually, can we try... No, it's still locked. We have to put more points into electrochemistry. Alright then. We're just gonna have this on our face forever. It's fine. Uh-oh. There are more cops here. Good morning.
Yes?
Oh, we can try that again. Sorry, cop. Suicide jokes. Rory mentioned suicide. Wait, what? Why did the 41st send me? Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight Precinct 57. No, that can't be right. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic, showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win. Kim? What if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up, like as a joke? I've considered it. His voice is somber. But it's not true, right? No, I don't think I can say one way or another. I do think it is somewhat unlikely, though. Why is that? I checked the records. The jurisdiction dispute, who polices matinees, reaches back to the 30s. It is as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets matinees? I think yes, both stations would prefer a win. Do you really see me as a safe bet? Safe? No, but you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet, but it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they're in for a surprise. I think you should know I can't remember anything, by the way. No response, he just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even. I really don't remember anything. There's drinking involved. Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs? There's a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs. So what should I concentrate on? Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles. Fine. Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is the relief. Whatever. I am worried about talking to these people. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
Then why are you here? As Lieutenant Kitsuragi explained, a patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant. Is everything alright? Why don't you want to talk to me?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
She's still avoiding your gaze. I don't know why, I'm just trying to do my best.
But you're not trying your best, are you?
He says with a flash of anger.
Calm down.
She says to the man, then turns to you.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer? Oh, but what if I'm supposed to know her? You know what? Never mind. Bye. Why does it keep putting a thing here, but there's like nothing? I don't... What does it want me to do? I didn't like any of the options, Gummy Bread. It'd be like if you wanted to talk to someone, but then you could only think about beans. And you don't like, want to talk to beans with someone random. You're like, never mind. I'll revisit this later. Well, that was fun. That was real fun. Let's put that away. I don't want it. Also, I've learned that your ledger is different based on different things you do. In my off-stream game, mine is not the ledger of failure and hatred. It's a ledger of oblivion. So that's cool. Alright, do I have anything to improve my authority? Nope. Authority -1 from the glasses. Let's take those off. So what's your favorite kind of bee? Pardon?
You look like shit.
I did say beans. I did say beans. Your ruffled face reflects in the man's sunglasses.
And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
I know, it's intentional. The last couple of days have been rough. It's not wrong.
Oh, don't be so modest. We are looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Then your bean typo was right. It was.
Come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
The woman next to him sighs.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
He scans you from head to toe. There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. Ooh, I need esprit de corps. Hold on. Nope. Oh, I think I'm already wearing my esprit de corps stuff. I am. Okay. We're doing this.
Again. I
Shush.
can't believe this shit.
He might be wearing a disguise. Wait, what? Is he? No. There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of outfit, maybe? A uniform? A nurse? A firefighter's uniform. Exactamundo. I don't think he's a firefighter. I'm not going to ask that. Of course you don't have to. You can talk about anything you want. I have 2 points. I'm going to wait, though. This is a non-vital check. I'm going to leave again because we need to talk to Titus and do authoritative stuff, and I need...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I need to pass this. This is vital. Come on. Ugh, God damn it. Establish authority. Yes, authority! Feverish thoughts race through your mind. I could stomp my feet. I'm the only one keeping this time. We're going to hell and you're not helping. No. Kim, I need your gun. That's it. That's all I got. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent. It has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler to make the gun thing pop. No! Kim, I need your gun. Why? This is not what he thinks it is. This is a great idea. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either. What? Who? Me? What is it? Yes, you. Stop talking out loud. You sound like you're unraveling. Everybody calm down. This is only a demonstration. Kim, the gun, please. What the name of fuck are you doing? But the lieutenant looks worried. He whispers, I don't want to give you my gun. Not after the last time. The fuck is happening, Titus? What are they whispering about? Easy, Shanks. The leader gestures for him to stand down. I want to see where this is going. No. Trust me, Kim, I am merely flesh. You what? He doesn't quite catch the last word. A brief moment passes in silence, then... Be careful, it's loaded. Oh no. No! No! He unholsters and gives you his firearm. It feels oddly light and buzzing in your hand like a funny toy. Good. Now, put it in your mouth. No? Oh gosh. What the hell is happening? I want to point it at them. I want to point it at them. Fuck, quit your whining. Everyone knows how to do that. Oh no. You're a special man. You're going to point it at yourself. Go ahead. Show them. Content warning, anyone? No, there's a lot of suicide shit in this game. I have to put the barrel in my mouth. I don't have a choice. Sorry, guys. What are you doing? The short, cold barrel touches your lips. It tastes like iron in hell. Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant's face. Fellas, the big guy glances over his shoulder. You getting any of this? Oh no. No, no. Give the gun back to the lieutenant. Oh fuck. Alright, yeah, we'll see you later, Numbered Star. Thanks for showing up. At least we were able to give back the gun. Oh man, I was really worried. Unfortunately, we are a cop with problems. Thank you. I did not think that was what was gonna happen when we took the gun. He returns it to his holster, then looks at the room. Nothing to worry about here, people. My partner just likes to play these jokes. He's what you call dark. He is infinitely grateful to have that gun back on his belt right now. Dark? The big guy bursts out laughing. What the fuck was that, you carnies? We haven't seen RCM in 4 years and then this shows up. I knew he wasn't going to do it, though. I knew he'd pussy out. No, I still have my money on him. The old man pulls a cigarette slowly. Sooner or later, he has that look. Yep, let's go back to normal. Let's pretend that never happened. Do not think your failed suicide attempt will win you any pity from these men. Do not expect them to forget it either. Oh, shit. Again, it was a dark joke. He turns to you. Maybe we should go for a little walk, Joker, before we continue. Joking around seems to have a positive effect on you. Nope, we're gonna put points into authority and try not to put the gun back in our mouth. Okay, we did it. Oh, jeez. As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco. Does this look familiar to you? Where have I seen this before? You believe this place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with almost exclusively men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here. Huh? It must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer, sitting around with your dicks in your hands. He leans in. You got a problem with beer now? Not quite there yet. Push on. No, I'm a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people. You say we don't help people? He puts the beer down. I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together. They don't know, man. They weren't here, he turns to you. We had 3 shootings a week. Kids dead, fucking graffiti everywhere. The cops hadn't shown up since the 30s. Congratulations on all the graffiti removal. He turns to Titus. All I see is you sitting around and talking about Monica's titties that was there's a rape victim. So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck. He picks the beer back up. Don't let him drink that. One more push, quick. It's not about who did it. It's about the victim. She needs help. Titus? He looks at her. She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's gonna give it up, but on his terms. You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, Titus taps his chin with his fist. Freight train of pain, buddy. The lieutenant takes out his notes. What is her name? Claudia Armando. She's staying here at the Whirling Rags. Real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. Titus adjusts its cap. That's Armando with an O-U. What was her relationship with the mercenary? Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship. It was like the karaoke incident all over again. Or some of the other girls he was harassing. Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation. When did the rape happen? He did it before we killed him. He's not going to do it again. He crushes his half-empty beer can. So what does it matter? It would help if we establish a timeline. All right, 2 weeks maybe? I don't know. I need another beer. He turns to Glenn. Here you go, boss. The tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. What is your relationship with her? I know her. He looks around the room and an uncommon silence fills the room. How well do you know her? A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means. Well enough, copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months. He crosses his arms. So, she's not from around here. You mean Revachol? Nah. She's an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying here over the winter. Don't you give out any more trouble. The fat guy blurts out. She just had some bad luck, that's all. Shut up, Angie. He slaps his forehead. She doesn't need your help. Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it. And what's up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun. You said you partied. What did you mean? What do you think I mean? Sex, drugs, and karaoke? Yes, yes, and no. He looks you straight in the eye. Got something to say about it? So, you're saying the two of you were close? No, just fucked, that's all. He states it matter-of-factly. I'm not going to give you any details if that's what you're after, so put your dick away. He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with the topic. That's all you're going to get for now. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit. Alright, well thank you. We'll talk to her. He points his beer can at you. Remember what I said? Freight train of pain. Alright, bye. Oh. Wait, Kim. Kim, we gotta do the talking thing. Hi, Kim.
What in the name of hell was that supposed to be?
The theatrical suicide attempt. We need to talk about it. I want to talk about it as well. Yes, well, I was able to recontextualize it as a dark joke. He pauses thoughtfully. I will not be able to recontextualize it the next time. I understand you sometimes employ extreme interrogation tactics, but I want you to understand that was too extreme. We can't have RCM officers going around putting guns in their mouths. We can't afford to have that image. Few institutions care. But why did she leave me then? He takes off his glasses, reaches for a cloth, pauses, and puts his glasses back on. I don't know why she left you. Let's go. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. But man, ugh, that was... I did not like that. The door's closed. Knock. Who is it? A woman's voice answers, muffled by the door. Tired, controlled. This is the police. Can we come in? Come on up. The door is open, she shouts. I'm drying my hair. It sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up. Alright, let's snoop. Piles of dirty clothes, a woman's. Hotel bill calculations. Looks like she's had an extended stay. You see the yard below. The corpse is no longer there. This medicine cabinet is full of wares, sheets of pills haphazardly stacked one on top of another. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there. It's been used quite a lot. Look at the medications. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet, and pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners. There's quite the collection in here. Anything of note? He asks in a lowered voice. Search the bottles. Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoparidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. The label reads Nacra. Nacra? This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around. Nacra, opioid antagonist. Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses. The lieutenant nods, then looks at the door. Among some foreign, probably Mezzanian and Gottwaldian marked red blister packs, you find... What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how. A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped in it. In sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby! That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat, just holding that little plastic container. Lieutenant, I also see a brand called Preptide. Preptide. A euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed. The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super preppy! What's so exciting about this orange bottle? It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine. And talk about psychological disorders, but what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed. No. We're getting clean. The bed has been hastily made. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Run your fingers across the surface of the glass. Smooth as ice, there are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges, but the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface. This window was recently replaced. Looks like it, yes. He adjusts his glasses. Wait, no, I have a thought bubble. Cold coffee in an ashtray. Looks like a hedgehog. The smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra menthol. As a person prescribed that exact medicine and former wild kid, don't think it's really comparable to speed. I have no context for it. Hey, outro. Look, a handful of dried white wildflowers. Oh gosh. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises from the roof, picking them up in the air. Oh, we're not going to be able to catch them. But why would we ever try not to? Oh, dang! It's future speed. I guess it could be. Probably speed like if you take too much, though. I guess that maybe that's what they were going for then. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a maybell. The young woman looks at the maybell in your hand, just a glance, and then takes a drag of her cigarette. But then you have other problems? Probably. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod. Oh, I was hoping that would heal our morale or something. Oh. This is a small, heavy door. There's no lock in sight. It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Looks like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. Where does this lead to? I don't know. He makes a note in his notebook. It's not the first closed door we found in this building. There's also your mysterious blue kitchen door. Do you think it's important? I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. Tap on the roof with your foot. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and... He nods towards the young woman. A number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant. See? The main investigation and the door below are merging into a stereo investigation. I hate it when that happens. Let's talk to her. I'm not a strong cop. Look at my 2 health. The young woman has a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you've got here.
It's much nicer now.
Her eyes wander north toward the yard, where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
There's something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man. You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one. My room's a mess.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell is opened in there.
Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I see you've already met my colleague.
The lieutenant steps in.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
She turns to you. Once a cop, always a cop.
Like riding a capo cycle.
She takes a sip of her coffee.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
He looks down at the yard.
Ah, I see.
She takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette. It's like she's disappointed this wasn't about more entertaining matters. What's this wildflower? Show her the flower. She looks at the dried petals in your palm, then lightly touches one with her fingernail. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp like a mini dagger. The petal crumbles on contact. Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style. Why was it there? Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind? I don't think that's right. What is your name, miss, for the record? Claudia Amondo. And where are you from? Breda Fort, Republic of Aranya. How old are you? I'm 28. She takes a drag. What do you do, miss? What's your specialization? Something stupid. What's that? Aranya's lit. Aranya's lit? Aranya's literature. It's what I studied at the university. She raises both eyebrows. What's that about? Fear of failure, fear of death. How it sucks to be Orangers. All national literature are only the name of the nation changes. What about Revacholian literature? People sometimes reveal things about themselves when they discuss such matters. Revacholian literature too. No, she seems glad that you asked. Revacholian lit is about how magnificent and serious Revachol is. It's about how you have to save the world. I do feel an urge to save the world, yes. I guess that's why I'm on this case. That's the natural state of the Revacholian hero. She breathes in the menthol-flavored fumes, savoring it, then breathes it out. She seems quite relaxed for a victim of assault, but of course what seems should not be your priority. Why would we need to look at her passport? I don't think we need to do that. Thank you, that's it for the record. Alright, so, they tell us you were raped? It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it? She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered. It's not that early. She looks around. The sun has risen over the sea. People are rushing to work below. It is. It's murderously early. I'm amazed I'm awake. Why am I even awake? So, were you? Yeah, she draws out the word. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more. She searches for the word, then shrugs. Rapeable. By they, she means the Hardy Boys. Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted? Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery, sexual assault maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. How do the Hardy Boys know you? They're frequent guests downstairs. She looks at the floor. It's tarred. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now. And how did you meet? Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. There must be more to it. You should return to the topic after you talk to her about her relationship with the deceased, maybe? Alright, so what did happen between you and the victim? We partied. What kind of partying? Point to your bloated face. The kind I do? With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Harder than this? Keep pointing to your face. I didn't know it was physically possible. Oh, it is. She takes a long drag. You're still alive. What did you do when you partied? We drank, sir. She takes a sip of her coffee. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him. What else? Stimulants. Speed also has that effect. Making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex. Were feelings involved? A little. The drugs were good enough, and we'd had enough of them. How did you two meet? The lieutenant's voice is quiet, calm. Downstairs. She taps on the roof with her 10-centimeter heel. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar. When was this? A month ago? Something like that. What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age? I'm sorry. I can't do it. She puffs on her cigarette. Not right now. Later, maybe? I keep seeing him. Like he is now, and I can't talk about his... I don't know, his hair? Another puff, more nervous. I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later. Must have been hard for you, point to the yard, seeing him there. Oh, yes, she says bitterly. I've had a great view from the roof, out the bathroom window, in my dreams. A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. You called us the RCM. Yes. Jackpot! The call reported the hanging. That was you. I made it, she nods. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching. Reporting crimes is confidential and official, miss. The caller's voice was disguised. I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. Nicked it how? With nail clippers, and I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire. So that's why the phone is out of order. She tampered with the whirling landline. And in the process, you broke the landline downstairs. Did I? She looks into her coffee. Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing. Oh, yay! We healed some of our morale. That feels nice. Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry. Still, that's pretty clever, tampering. Simple and clever, crossing lines like that. Seems like you had some idea. That was nifty. Thanks. She manages a smile. She looks a bit like a little girl who's just been complimented on her bike repair skills. Why go through all the trouble? I don't know, sir. I was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires. Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do. I didn't want to, sir, but if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there. So why did they hang him if not for rape? He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing, she thinks. But you probably know all about it. And his role in this strike was what? I think he was in security detail. He was ex-military, worked for the Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understand it was dangerous. And they lynched him for it? She nods. So Titus asked you to spice things up for us? Pretty much. She cradles her coffee cup in both hands, warming them. Again, how do the Hardy Boys know you? Like I said, we met over drinks. Did you party? A little, yeah. Like you partied with the deceased? No, not as hard. I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys? I have. Which one? Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously, but as I said, it's been a long winter. Alright, so why was there a bullet in his head? A bullet? There's a silence. Her brows meet in the middle for a pained frown. They shot him, too? I'm not picking up any theater craft here, sir. The pause is sincere. They stripped his clothes and they shot him? You mean after they hanged him? I am confused, sorry. So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss? Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged? I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me and Sylvie, the bartender. This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and you don't like that. Where was she last Sunday night? Where were you when this happened? Cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie. I feel like this is a weird question to ask. So I'm just gonna leave it and say, thanks for telling us all this, miss. She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid. We should head back downstairs, officer. The lieutenant looks at you. We may have things to discuss there. As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion? There's something else before we go, a little thing. What is it? We've already asked this. Why is it highlighted? Nice room you got here. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe. That window is new. It is. She moves slightly to your left to check her reflection in it. The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook. He finds the answer unsatisfying. Where does that door lead to? Point to the door on the roof. I have no idea, officer. She looks at it calmly. What are you doing here in the whirling in rags? I'm wintering. How long have you been staying here? She calculates. About 4 months. I came in November. Why here? Here in the whirling in rags? In Martinez or here in Revachol? I want answers to all of these questions. Here on the Insula Indiana Sola. Came to see the new world, she shrugs. It's a tourist thing. This is by far not only the reason she's here. She isn't overtly hiding it either. What happened to the old new world? It turned out to be a Zarath-infested third world slum. Called Ilmara, and it didn't. Even after the mess colonized it 7 ways from Sunday, it's an industrial powerhouse. Alright. Now we get to ask all of them. Yes! Here in Revachol. Of life's, the only way to get answers to all of life's questions is to save scum, or to go down the dialogue rabbit holes again. I've always wanted to see the only city in the world, and the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing. No, it is not. Here in Martinez. I heard this is where the washed up disco has gone. Oh, the washed up disco has-beens go. You're too young to call yourself a disco has-been. She smirks. I'm really not. Alright, last one. Here in the whirling. Because it's the funkiest business in Martinez, and because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. Okay. You have quite the collection of prescription drugs down there. Thank you. I put a lot of time and effort into it, she says without any discernible irony. Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her. Narcomania is nothing to be proud of, miss. She almost spits out her coffee. What did you say? You heard what I said. Narcomania is a serious issue and nothing to scoff at, miss. Oh my god. Now it's turning into narcomania. It's gotta be serious if it's 2 words. Her face lights up with laughter. I'm sorry. She gathers herself. The collection includes Nacra, an opioid antagonist. Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids. Is that something that happens to you often, miss? His tone isn't aggressive, just inquisitive. Better safe than sorry. She takes a drag and smiles. You seem to have, among other things, peptide. Oh, yes, one of my favorites. It cures many ailments. Like what? Like not being able to stay up for 36 hours, she thinks. Not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just mirrored speed molecule, basically. That's as far as that goes, then. I have other questions for you. Okay. She takes a pensive drag from her cigarette. Ooh. Look her in the eye. Interesting. I don't think I have anything to improve my volition, so I just need to try it, I think. Yeah, I knew that wasn't going to happen. She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearrange into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through her deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs just below the silver jumpsuit. What is happening? Nothing, just time passing. Don't worry. You are not a fool. Anything out of the ordinary, and you would be notified. The air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting. Am I being beguiled? She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost perceptible. Imperceptible. Yeah, I'm being beguiled. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds. Alright, well, I'll return to this later, miss. Why not? I'll be here until 2300. Drinking coffee, most likely. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. Cool. So cool. Where's it coming from? From a distant sunset? A stage light? Flash photography? Nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and they solve shit. She's a witch. She might be. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullen. Salim Rocky Bye. Badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights, action! With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on. You made the right call there. It feels good. Pure. About what? I'm talking about your zero tolerance policy towards the mania of narco. You're in the right there. Powerful stance. Would you like to take it up a notch? Would you like to become an anti-narcomania zealot? I have no other option. I am pure and steadfast, totally uncorrupted by narco. Yes, you're pure. Unravaged by narco. Of course, it's pretty obvious you've done a lot of drugs in the past and probably will do more in the future, but that doesn't matter. You're right. I can't think of any objections. Of course not. You've always been an anti-narco militant material. You kept her off a dark course with that interjection. Are you ready to save lives? I'm ready to start saving lives. This is good to hear. The lieutenant acknowledges your strange mumbling. He does not have any narcotics visibly on him as he says it. Good. I don't want to take a hit to my logic just yet. So we need to confront the Hardy Boys and then come back to Classia. I also need to close the lock. And I'm not going to try to bash my way through that door yet. Let's see if there's other options first. Oh, wait, he wanted to say something. Wait. We gotta go back up. Oh wait, he'll talk about it here. Kim, what up?
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
His voice is lowered. You think this will make them cooperate? Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they've prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. The decision to not corroborate the story was definitely not part of their plan. Why did she tell us all of that? What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known. If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. Something's off here. You think so? A shadow runs across his face. She seemed forthcoming, unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough. Okay.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Classia says she wasn't raped. Booyah! Fuck. The big man's eyes and veins bulge. That fucking whore couldn't be trusted. For the record, she steps in forcefully. Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her. Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He turns back to you. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea. She's just in denial as all. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's just shutting down. And she doesn't fucking trust you. Yeah, she's crazy, you know? The red-faced man says carefully. A crazy bitch, you know the type. She's fucked up. This is a version. Stay on track. Cut the bullshit. She told me the truth. Lawman, he says through clenched teeth, I am at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her. His hands become fists. And you went and pushed her. Something breaks in him. He takes a step closer and says, I'm going to fucking Titus Hardy. Her voice rings through the room like a warning shot. Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody. Goddamn, no one tells you to put your fists down. Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in this shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood? When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks. Frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in and break the tension. The second in command. Look up, Al. The tattooed man snaps his fingers to get your attention. We know the dead fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show Tumti. He turns to Titus, who's still breathing heavily. Was the arm, right? Here, jerkwad. He slams an audio tape on the table. Listen to this shit and then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse is an innocent man. This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to. Where'd you get this tape? You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that. Actually, there are a few. Crypto analyst, radio officer. So you bugged them. How? None of that matters. We have machines, he nods. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? There's advanced stuff. Understood. You've listened in on the communications. He takes a little note. How long? Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons. Things got nice and quiet after that. Alright, which one of you is doing this advanced radio work then? It's not advanced, the heavy man wheezes. You just hold up in a coop all day writing down what they say. It's hot as hell in there. Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work. The chief picks his beer back up, offering a silent toast. Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit. What's on the tape? What's on it? We call it the Door Gunner Mega Mix. You know why? You'll know why once you listen to it. Now that is intriguing. You had me at Door Gunner. Why should I care about this tape? You lied to me. You don't care about evidence? His eye twitches. The fuck are you a cop then? Pigs, they don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions of fucking keeping score on the bulletin boards. I'll be on your bulletin board. You don't listen to the tape. We got nothing to talk about. There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it and they'll have nothing to hide behind. Alright, that's enough for now. I'll get back to the investigation. Don't forget your tape, lawman. He pushes a little tape towards you with his giant hand. Compliments of Titus Hardy. Yep, I'll take it. You do that, he says, adjusting his belt buckle. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday. Alright, bye. I think it means we have to go buy a tape player. And there's one for like $12 or something in the pawn shop. And we need to go down there anyway because we want to like close the lock and get across to like the, what do they call it? The coast? Oh, wait. I keep forgetting to do this. In the morning light, the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye. Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Cupri Kinema, the Cupri Motor Corps follow-up to the highly successful workhorse Cupri 40, and the answer to the Loom's racing-bred Fèvre series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through the 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kinema is able to reach 100 kph in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour. Won't it roll over on the first sharp corner? The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all auxiliary systems and making the Kinema effectively a mobile power plant. This tech talk is really rubbing me the right way here. Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery. The machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Point to the vehicle. Very cool. The lieutenant smiles ever so slightly. You want to take a closer look? A fine machine. Run your hand over the smooth metal surface. Yes, there's a gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contours. An extraordinary machine. It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing in it. Flare it up. Slam it down. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. It's a bit girly right now. It with some proper off-road components. Ever thought about switching to helium headlights? Actually, I have a pair at home. I just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. If we ever get this case solved, maybe we can do it together, friend? Maybe, he replies with an apologetic smile and nods. Yes, definitely maybe. That means no. What's it packing in there? Point to the engine. 130. An advancement of the KR-18GU engine and the Cupri 40 to be precise. Must be an advancement of the KR-18GU engine on the older 40 models, right? Yeah, you know it? The lieutenant seems surprised. Just the basics. Cast iron blocks, swivel chamber injection, dual chains driving, overhead camshafts, 2 valves per cylinder, hydraulic valve lash adjustment. Yes. That's right. He stares at you in surprise. I am very impressed that you know these things. Alright, let's move. Alright, I gotta pick up the radio. This is Precinct 57. The operator greets you through the static. Oh, may I assist you? Have you heard back from the ICP about the serial number? Yes, the armor was produced by... She looks at her notes. Fairweather in the facilities of Betancourt, Select Left in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of the Orange's pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. She browses the pages. So it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the people trail Enzo. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times in the years since the armor was issued. Do you know what it's called now? The most recently registered firm at the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Crenel. And the one before it was Downwell. I think they might have been the same contractor. A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that right now. Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it though. This is a fun challenge for her, an opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM. Yes, thank you, officer. I really appreciate your efforts in this case. Glad to help. Go back by tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then. Man, I really wish I had remembered to talk to her yesterday before I sent Kim off. Alright, I think that's it for now. Alright, let's go. Sounds to me like it's Kim's fault then for not being there, maybe. He could have reminded me before I sent him off. Like, oh, before I leave, shouldn't we call a station? And, whatever. Oh, wait a second. It's here, right? Yeah. The boom boxes wait on the shelves, and your boom box, that golden amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reels. Can I get a discount on the boombox? A police discount? I don't remember his voice. A discount? I do have to keep the lights on, man. It's for real. Remember, he doesn't like music. He likes sounds. The Door Gunner Megamix is his type of tape. Certainly he'd give you a discount if you'd play something so experimental. It's not for any police work. I've got the Door Gunner Megamix here. It's an era-defining work. Let's do 4 real. He purses his lips. 4 real is offensively low. But just this once, for the Music Concrete Cop. Yeah! And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes. Alright. Equip this to play tapes. Oh my goodness! It's so big! It's such a big boombox! Oh. I can interact with this. 6 crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown. What is this, Kim? This is the Insulidian lily. The lieutenant corrects his glasses. Called Mébers or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin them on soldiers before sending them off to battle. This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it? Is it a coincidence it being on the roof? Maybe, maybe not. He makes a note in his little book. We'll see. Does this flower blossom in early spring? Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. He observes the petals. It looks dried. Preserved. Who pinned it then? Which side? The revolutionaries. So the communards and the anarchists? White is their color. But the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it had meaning for the kinsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War. Very well. The petals feel dry and fragile in your hand. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none. Blow on your fingers. Inland, above the Martinez distributory, the channel that brought wastewater from the silk mills of Jamrock and then dead bodies during the war. The wrinkled fingers of an old man crush flower petals and sprinkle them in the stream like white salt. Okay. The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel is attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. Play it! Oh gosh. That's really loud! Sorry! Oh! That's the worst. Oh! You push commence and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air. Oof, that was terrible. This isn't Revachol, a man's voice says. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants. Another loud screech, some kind of machinery. The Aber. Kim takes out his notebook. That is the sound of Kvalsund crane. More static. When this shit's done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the apocalypse style. Kill shit, dogs and chickens too. Gonna rent a room, Cordy, a real nice one. This part is unintelligible. I don't give a shit, I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dancer whore upstairs. Do it Lee Schmin style. Never to get that taste out of my mouth. A click and silence. The rest of the tape is empty. The lieutenant presses the button marked arrêté on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning. What is Lee Schmin? A village on the Semerenisola in Tianan. Grad committed war crimes there. That kind of thing he talks about. You think he was there? Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have the answer, or maybe Lee Schmin is just mere talk for atrocity, slaughter. A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment. Who is Cordy? One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to, a friend of his? What do you think? It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off of the shortwave and edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the arbor walls. I agree, he also sounded inebriated. Still, the lieutenant looks at the tape. You're familiar with this look now. It's his look of suspicion. There's more going on here than we know. And what was at the very end? Silence? End of recording. Alright then, what now? I think we have a few more questions for class here, don't you? He looks around. This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree. As you take out the tape, the boombox turns itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's Friday night. The contrast feels chilly. Inappropriate, even. Maybe we'll just take care of class here then. I figured while we were down here, we could just cross over the waterlock. But yeah, maybe we'll just do this. Pull the lever! You grab the handle and pull up the lever. As soon as the metal connects again, the contrast pins. You hear a loud clunk, and then the water lock starts moving. Wow. Okay, the lieutenant looks across the canal. If we ever need to get to the coast, this is the way, but please contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us getting sidetracked, not with everything that is going on. Focus on one thing, achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain. Don't worry, we're gonna finish dealing with Claudia. Welcome to day 3, part of the investigation on my end. Hey, Greg! You like my Kim accent? Thanks. I'm doing a lot of French accents in this game. We just got the tape from the Hardy Boys, and we need to confront Claudia with it. We've dealt with the body. I haven't gotten my badge back yet. Or my gun. I have not killed Kuno, no. But I do hate him, if that helps. What does Kuno care? He doesn't care. That's correct. He does not care.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
She lights a cigarette. So, Titus Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit rape. She puts her coffee cup down. With a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. Did he? A smile flits across her face. I never said he was a good man. Or that he had good intentions, only that he was never bad to me. She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused. On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target. Also, Wild Idiot, hello and welcome as well. Where did they get this recording? Exactly. It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough. She arches her brow. Does he say he's gonna do it? Soldier of the apocalypse style. Those are the exact words he used, yep. Yeah, that was practically his pickup line. She picks the cup back up. A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Leishman style? Yep. Leishman was mentioned. He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least he didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Leishman. It was his everything. Yeah, she's into it. Why say things like that, machismo? Yes, was he bragging? Oh, no. I'm pretty sure he did all those things, then integrated them into his idea of normalcy, to keep on living until they just sort of turned into his... She thinks. What's the word I'm looking for? Catchphrase? Running joke. I was gonna say running joke, and it sounded like you didn't even get the good bits. Lily's punchlines got way funkier than that. He was like the Seminese conflict, the Leishman massacre, and the 36 famine of Yseult all rolled into one person, and then cast in Orionier's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. I mean, I believe it. You like this kind of stuff. We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You know, your first love, Mr. Leishman here. Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He had Martinez, I mean? No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed... She thinks. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be. What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask her for details. She seems okay to talk about it. Thank you for clearing that up, miss. He turns to you. Whenever you're ready, I'm interested to hear what Thais Hardy has to say now. She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles. Now that you've had some time, could you tell us more about the victim? Like, for example, his name? Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely. I haven't looked her in the eye yet, no. I tried, but she beguiled me. A nickname? I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said that his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use. Lelystad is a good start. The lieutenant writes it down in his notebook. Then tears out a page and hands it to you. You have a few questions you can help with? A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer? The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh. How old was he, miss? He was 42. 42, are you sure? I would have had him above 50. He had many scars that made him appear older, but no. The memory makes her smile. We had him at 44, I'm pretty sure. We even celebrated his... Oh, wrong accent. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had a little reason to lie to me. Looks like you were right, officer. The lieutenant taps on his notebook once as though assigning some kind of point. Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die. I'm not gonna mention it. The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you. She's clearly sensing something. A spike in testosterone levels, maybe? His eye color. Blue, light blue. They were like... She stops, her eyes half closed, then continues. Little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing, she takes a drag. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. He had a beautiful soft voice, very surprising. But with all the scarring, it was quite something watching him speak. He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth? Yes. Severe. She seems to enjoy the word. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes. Oh, yes. The lieutenant suddenly remembers. His hair, if you can remember? It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine. Made it oily, not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone. Interesting. I too have stroked his hair. Oily, isn't it? She says, unfazed. She draws on her cigarette and lets the smoke linger for a moment in her mouth. We have that in common now. Kim, I said to put the brilliantine on the form. Do I get a point? No, he answers dryly. Okay. I like how the points heal you. I know. I like it too. She tries to light another cigarette. It's windy, but she gets it done. Where is Lelystad? The place, I mean. In Oranje, officer. It's, I think, municipality is the term. Nowhere town there. The Lelystad municipality has a few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of the Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat. You are almost right, officer. The lieutenant shakes his head like he just missed shot in the dark. That means his race was Occidental, not Mondial. Update the form. So you were both from Oranje. Yes, we were compatriots. Did that bring you together? No. He was too old for that, and from another part of Oranjenrijk. Maybe? I don't know. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits. Sex, alcohol. No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing. A military man, but not a patriot. Oranjenrijk. Rake? I'm gonna go with Rake. No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Semenine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. Rhymes with bike. Rake. Gotcha. He was by no means a stupid man. She takes a long drag of her cigarette, then washes it down with coffee. A people person, a small platoon leader, certainly not a patriot. You don't seem much like a patriot yourself. Mm-hmm. She hums. There's nothing on Monday. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together in loathing. Hi, Jim. Welcome back. It's going. We're figuring out more about this murder. I love Ravishal, though. She looks around, the wind in her hair. I hope she loves me, too. A column of air encircles her, brushing gently on the metallic silver fabric that covers her shoulder and her long, slender arms. Ravishal chooses carefully. True. It did not love him. The feeling dissipates, the cold passes, the woman's eyes follow yours to the piece of notebook paper. His tattoo, what did it mean? Oh, she smiles. That. It was a map of his service history. Sure, service history. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. Shivers has been really interesting, and it hasn't been coming up until we got, what was it? The bow collector. We got the bow collector, and it gives us +3 shivers, and now we're like shivering up a storm in here. For showing off to chicks, how so? How? She leans back. Imagine him lying in bed, freakish musculature laid out on the sheets, scarred, of course, tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. Is this Oranje's lit? Oh, this is the very essence of Oranje's lit. A moment's respite, dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. She leans even further back to demonstrate. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, maybe even thousands. Yeah, she's kind of painting a picture with words here. And the woman goes like, She points at the air with a sharp-nailed finger, picking out an imaginary tattoo star. What was this, baby? And he says, she lowers her voice comically, that was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that. So she goes to, okay, but what about this, baby? And he's like, saw some bad shit there. Killed some loincloths. And so it goes. Star after star, port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them. You were the woman in this? Oh yeah, she nods. Can you tell us precisely what these mean? Hand her the photo. No, thank you. She does not take it. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them. She pours herself some more coffee. Go on. He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy and bred for it. Then he killed some people in the Seminoles Islands, and then some others islands too, all the other islands, after he came to Revachol and got killed himself. I'm glad you're enjoying the voices, Jim. Thank you for clearing that up. She looks over her shoulder to the sea, then back to you, smiling faintly. Change of topic, perhaps? No, I think we're done with this line of questioning. All right. The lieutenant puts the slip back into his notes and observes the young woman for a moment. Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself some more coffee. My volition is not very high at all. I have 3 points. I could put one into volition. But I feel like it's not really worth it because I think it was like a really difficult check. Hold on. Yeah, it was a legendary check. I just don't think it's worth spending them on this. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna go talk to the Hardy Boys first and then I'll come back. Volition's boring cop mode? Well, we're clearly not a boring cop. We're... Hold on, wait. Get back up there. We are sorry superstar cop. Well, thanks for hanging out, Jim. I hope you enjoy the VOD. She's had 3 cups of coffee in 5 minutes. Yeah, she's drinking and smoking up a storm here. Volition is a picture of a hand, is it? Oh yeah, I can see that. Anyway, I think I'll just come back later. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42? That's what she said, yes. Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of morality, he was 42 years old. We already knew this. How old are you? That's where this is going. 45.000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath you, wonder? It's my signature. It's my signature skill right here. Oops, sorry. I hit my pop filter. Turn around, miss. How old do you think I am? Huh? She leans in closer. How old do I think you are? She's buying time to formulate the best answer. I don't know. 1, 2? I don't know what I'm supposed to say. How old is a newborn cop who doesn't remember he's a cop? I don't know. I'm probably like 45. You're not. He's squinting at you. Sure he is. You know, age is just a number. Yeah, but for him the number is higher than 45. Hold on. But I've been 18 years in the service as a police officer. So if we take that off of the 45, that puts us at 27. So we became a cop when we were 27? That seems a bit young. Or it seems a bit old, actually. What were we doing for all that time before becoming a cop? And also, Kim, you thought that guy was in his 50s. You don't know what I've done to my body with booze. Wait! This requires scientific measurements! Bring it on. I'm not afraid of the truth. Date of birth generator to the laboratorium! Oh wait, hold on. What does this do? I want this. Kim has horrible eyesight. He does. And also, he was really bad at determining the age of that bloated corpse, so I don't trust him to tell me the age of anything. Especially when I'm seeing myself as a reflection of that corpse man. Wait, hold on. Wait. This had a dialogue option. Is there anything else to do with this? I don't think so. Nope. Alright.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Harry's just bloated because of his substance abuse. Yeah, but the corpse was also bloated because of substance abuse, then death. So I talked to Claudia about the tape. And nothing. She stands by what she said. Fucking fucker. He stares at his beer for 2 seconds intently, then turns to you. You are the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape. That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her. She pretty much laughed it off, Titus. Fucking fuckity fucker. He shakes his head in disbelief. What did she say then? That's fine? People are supposed to be like that? If anything, she seemed a little turned on by the whole door gunning thing. Yes, in fact. The lieutenant looks at you, then him. I think she thought it was a little funny. Funny? Titus mumbles, his lips barely moving. No, goddamn psycho whore. Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along. She still didn't. All right. He slams his giant fist down on the door frame. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. Fucking. Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus. Her voice is a little softer than earlier. Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth. This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawmen? You don't have much. You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match. I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along. As for your opinion, not a bedtime story, tells your grandma. This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned. But she didn't. She knows she can lie to us, unlike you. Fantastic. So now you remember how to do your job. He looks at his... He despondently glances at his beer. Words, jeez, but... So much substance, he's stuck with an expression. I know, right? I can't get it off my face. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here. Yeah, guys, we should get a party going tonight. Why? He looks at the old man in the corner. Maybe not then? Success. They admitted to the unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was. Nah, I know her. He looks upstairs, distracted. She's just a girl in over her head. She's a hardcore party girl with a bigger death wish than mine. Yeah. He cracks his knuckles thoughtfully. You're right about that. She takes way too many drugs. Well, it's as they say, you can't do anything with an underdose. The Mesk says with a philosophical look in his eyes. Rhetoric is warning you that this stuff counts? Is it? In what way? With an overdose, you can at least try to come off of it, take a bath, do breathing exercises, get medical attention as necessary. With an underdose, you're just you. Yeah, underdose isn't an actual word. Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened? I already told you. He puts his giant face in his hands and sighs. We fucking hanged him. There's less gusto in his voice now. His men, too, are growing increasingly silent. Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. He taps his notebook. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just... You know what? He gets closer. I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, fuck off! He throws his beer can down. That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over. Yeah, there's a silence in the room. Elaine starts to say something, then thinks best not to. On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it. What's this quiet funeral shit? We need to get some beers in us. He looks around. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union. Why don't we make it 40, huh? The man shouts from behind the counter. Why don't we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough. 100 beers? Now we're talking. Glenn livens up. Hoppity hop over to here, cafeteria manager. I think I'm gonna have to do that. And I don't know how, but we're gonna try. The window might be closing. The more beers they get in, the less cooperative they'll be. Come on! Nope. You guys are okay. Glacier is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they've played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good. You guys are always telling me they're good, and they aren't. Those are those other guys. My shit's solid gold. You can trust me. Can I? Those ideas look really bad. No, we're not touching Kim's gun again. Oh, you don't like these arguments? Let's see you come up with your own then. Come on, everyone's waiting. What are they? Why is Goldsmouth mean to him? Something's wrong. It doesn't look like he's succeeding. Whatever. Just do the fiddle thing, sire. It'll be artistic, and if you've already done it, do it again. Fine. Okay, men, it's clear you're being played like a fiddle. We fucking aren't, asshole. Glenn jumps in shouting. No one's fiddling anyone in here. No, Glenn. I want to hear this. Who do you think is fucking fiddling me? You promised there would be good options. Where are they? Oh, you want more good options? Here we go. So good. Oh no! Oh no! Why do you do this to me? Who do you think? Keep playing the imaginary fiddle, grin sagely. I think you're losing it, Fiddleman. Rhetoric, why hast thou forsaken us? No, this fucking suicide carny is trying to get to me. This ain't gonna work with Titus Hardy. He looks you in the eye. Put the fiddle down or walk away. It's that simple. You'll put the fiddle down. He turns to you. Put it down, officer. Well, I do not understand. The fiddle playing totally fell apart. The concept was solid, but the delivery tragically off. You sound like a madman, not a cop. Alright. We, I believe, have to raise our rhetoric. And then, we're gonna take off now. Make sure we're not... Are we wearing our rhetoric stuff? I think we have one thing for rhetoric. Might not. Might not have anything for rhetoric. Okay. We have nothing for rhetoric, so everything we're wearing is fine. Wonder if there's a way to salvage that fail? No idea.
It's you again. What is it?
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna save it here because we might end up save scumming. I hate to do it. But we might run out of points and that would be bad.
It's you again.
Please!
What is it?
Yes! I feel very relieved. You can always come back to it. True, but I... And some other pluses. Well, we got it, so we're all good. Convince Titus he's being manipulated? Bad idea. Bring her up will do no good. You should know by now, Titus will never falter. One of his boys will. Just remember, it's about more than Clausia. It's about these men in Martinez, their district, their responsibility. Outside under the rising sun, tattered and in ruins, the windows of the cafeteria glow with morning light. That's it then. Case closed. We're going home, Kim. Huh? The lieutenant raises his brow. He'll get it. Go on. Write it down, Kim, and Martinez will just kill you because they don't like you. Got it. He takes out a notebook. Kill you because they don't like you. All because... of some... Let's see. What did he say? It's more about Clausia. It's about the men in Martinez, their district, their responsibility. What is their responsibility here? You work for the wrong people? You're a foreigner? What would be the most insulting to them? They like killing? I'm trying to figure out what is the thing that's gonna rattle them the most. Because if you say all because of some chick, then that's definitely like spitting in the face of their responsibility. It's not saying that they're doing anything to protect Martinez. Saying that you work for the wrong people suggests too much, like, how am I wanting to word that? It's basically saying it gives them too much credit. I'm gonna say for some chick. A wince. Involuntary. Bring that up one more time and you won't get to write that report. Yes, I understand, Elaine. That's your name, right, Elaine? You'll kill us. He scratches in his notebook. That's what they do in the Wild North. They just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember. It wasn't that. It wasn't, the fat man says with a wheeze. We did shoot him. That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the... Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up. The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm. Sorry. Work your magic, human can opener. We got this. He's on to you. He knows what you're trying to do. So we need to push Angus. Or what? You're gonna kill me? Like you killed him for no fucking reason? We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead. He takes a breath, wheezing. Shut up, Angus. He was dead before you hanged him. Fatty! The little guy hits Angus on the back of the head. A loud slap. Say one more thing to the cops and I'll... Dennis! Titus roars. Stand down or I'll beat your head in. Theo. He points to the old man. Take your hand off the belt. This isn't the 31. I got it under control. The room falls quiet. So quiet you can hear Angus wheeze. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying. I left it at home. I can't get it. I'm just too fuck. He grabs his chest. I'm sorry. Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Lizzie snaps at him. Now it's all pointless because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. She turns to him. I told you, just give her up. Lizzie. He turns to the fixer. Your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard. Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast. She walks out without looking back. You're in. He's all yours. Questions. So you didn't kill him. He was already dead. He nods. You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head. Another nod. Why? Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit. They? Girls, plural. Yeah, I noticed that too. There's another girl. 2 of them. Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later. Did she kill him? Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't. He doesn't think she did, or at least he hopes she didn't. What happened Sunday night? Classy came down, he points to the stairs. Seemed really out of it, drugged up, even more so than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know, not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. How did you know? I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario, only in reverse. Good analogy, boss? The rat-faced man snickers. You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. He points at him. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus. He turns back to you. What happened then? We went upstairs. Sure as day, the merc was dead, and there was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking. He scratches his chin. Dirty sheets and bottles everywhere. He means they'd been fucking? Tibbs patched the window and the corpse we hanged. Who's Tibbs? The 8th Hardy? Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business. Tibbs. That's short for Tiberius? Yeah, he nods. Good man. Bet their father's named Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would have been their sister. Anyway. If Colossi didn't kill him, why the cover-up? You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking about? The can't show up on police radar kind? Or people after her from the old world where she came from? Those people, who are they? They're powerful. He looks out the window. Connected to the moral in turn, she's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your system, she'd be ghosted away. That's all he knows. That's all she told him. And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder? Why would I? He shrugs. I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. That window keeps coming up. It does. We're going to investigate it. I have a feeling once we talk to Claudia, we can or maybe we can investigate it when we go back up. Or maybe once we talk to Claudia, we can. I knew when we saw that it had been recently replaced that I was gonna come up. So who killed the merc then? Any leads? Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. What are you thinking? I'm thinking someone's past caught up with him, either hers or his. Yes, you mean? I mean, the people after Claudia. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her. I like that, the young guy nods. Been thinking the same thing myself. And you had ideas about his past too? I do. Well, those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood probably. Or it could have been someone else from Krenel. He pauses to think. I tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. I wasn't too busy in this clown dance with you. Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers. In a manner of speaking. Remember the two girls. He may be talking about the other one. Earlier you said the girls asked for your help with the other girl. That's right. He blinks. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it, for political reasons. Sounds a good message. It's her, isn't it? The missing 8th Hardy. That's the other girl. The big guy turns to Glenn, who's about to say something. The blonde shuts his mouth before a word escapes. I'll say it again. Titus turns to you. All the Hardy Boys are right here, cop. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her anyway. You're gonna stonewall me if I ask for more about her, aren't you? Glad you understand that. Thank you for this, Titus. I will go talk to her for the last time. You do that then. He grabs his beer and swirls it in his hand and thinks of something. Hey, cop, before you go. Suddenly the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags in a warm column. He looks up. Claudia came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection, but you would still prefer it if we didn't take her away. Yeah, I saw that. I noticed. That's right. If we didn't take care of people who end up here, this place would just become a couple of ruins and some cargo containers. We'll take that into account. The lieutenant slides his notebook into his coat pocket. He turns to leave. Wait. Is it time yet? It is time! Hold on. Can I improve my perception by using anything? I don't think so. I don't think I have anything that gives me bonuses to perception. But I don't have anything giving me negatives to perception, so that's good. Well, we'll just try it and see what happens. We'll probably fail, but who knows? There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence. Someone's hid a key in the bush. Point at the window. Huh? The big guy looks behind him. And can you let me slide by so I can grab the thing? I don't know about that. The tattooed man yawns and settles in more comfortably on the bench. I'm comfortable here. I don't think any sliding would really help me or anyone right now. Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite. I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there. With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table to you. Take the key. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence. Come on, man. We're just having some fun. Where's the harm in... I'm tired of listening to your shit. Thank you. Off yourself. Make it up to me, cop. I still got my money from that. Oh, jeez. Anyone know why this key was hanging right outside the union box window? Didn't even know it was there. The man looks at the key in your hand, then around the room. Boys? No idea. Never seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place. Alrighty. Oh, wait. It's clearly gonna be... Oh, what is that? Chopping board. Tomatoes are so thinly sliced you can see straight through them. Alright. Try the workshop spare key. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages. No, smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop. This pinball says Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horses and swords. This pinball is white Diora. The back glass shows a female figure in mourning. All these mesmerizing machines just waiting to be plugged back in and played. Run your finger along the dust of the white Diora machine. Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminated the white-robed woman. What's white Diora? Some kind of... He looks around, thinking. Inane pinball theme? Probably related to Messina during the Silurian Age. The history themes are the worst. Lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines. Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim. No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on. He doesn't. Alright, let's move on then. He doesn't want to play pinball. I'm not going to make him. No, NB. The spare key is tied to the bush outside of the corner room window. NB. The small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The lattice cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Look in. It smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There's a control panel to your right and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. The maintenance card under the control panel reads last maintenance, 10th of July, 88. Okay. Look at the controls. There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descendre, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. A small steel plaque reads, Halter 800. Halter is a Konig-Steiner lift company who went out of business a long time ago. It says the last maintenance was in 88. That it does, the lieutenant peeks in. I say, let's brave it. 88. This elevator was maintained a long time ago. At the end of the last century, he nods. Look at the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital, maximum 5. It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic. I wonder what this elevator was used for. It seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery, but that is pretty quaint. He taps on the guttering light bulb. It's golden in the dark. All right, let's close the doors and go up. And we're not dead. Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can't see outside. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Schematics for a pinball machine, futurism themed. Ooh, a new jacket? I'll take that. The pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted. So this is where they brought faulty pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf. Looks like they gave up on fixing the pinball machines at some point. He agrees. At some point? 20 years ago? 15 maybe? Before pinball went out of vogue? So this used to be a pinball workshop. Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over. He taps his foot. A creak. Some dust falls off of a shelf. Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door, one of them even works. I see one of the oddies bang away at it. Whirling Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade, and this is all that's left from that. Ah yes, as the novelty dice maker said. He makes a note in his notebook. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure, but I do like a nice little connection. But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection. Could this mean the Whirling Rags really is a part of the doomed commercial area? If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. He looks around. We should tell him that we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy. Stupid superstition, but still, it would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks of this. It's not a ghost story, it's a curse, and Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counter spells. Oh, okay. Hey, Devil Joe! I really like this game. You clearly see footprints in the door, in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor. Jackpot. The lieutenant takes out his notebook. These, unlike everything else here, are new. Someone's been here within the last week or two. It's 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. Could have easily been 1 week too. You know, officer. He looks at you. This is good. He likes it. There's a little smile there in the dark of the workshop. It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider. Let's have a closer look then. You should probably play it someday instead of just watching streams. Totally up to you. But yeah, I love it. Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Soul could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform horizontal lines. Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. Could be a large-footed woman or a small to average-footed man. This is unfortunately the worst, most vague shoe size there is. This print doesn't look like the odd-soled print we found at the hanging, Kim. He inspects the tracks closer. The size looks about the same, actually. They're just not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. Think it's better blind? Probably is. I've been keeping myself blind to it. But I feel like it's got to have a lot of replayability because like the things that are talking to me and giving me clues are the things that I'm good at. So if you were good at different things, you'd be getting the clues in different ways. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that knowing what's going on is going to ruin it. There's just some things where getting that first time experience is so cool. Like with Oberdin, for example. That's a really good game. Even if you've seen it, I would recommend playing it. But there's just something about uncovering that mystery yourself and putting the story together that you can't do if you've seen it before. But this doesn't look like the worker's boots from the hanging, does it? No, these little horizontal lines are different. They look custom made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot though. Alright. Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor. Got a new photo for reference that will help with the confusion when I was writing drunken English. All good. Hitched a ride with a friend was still satisfying. It's all good. Okay, what does this mean? It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route behind Classia's room in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant. Alright, let's move on. What else is here? There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the other side. You can almost see the shape of a man and woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere. I think I can see into Clausia's bedroom from here. He leans to inspect the peephole. You can barely see through. Better not jump to sensationalist conclusions here. Footprints on the floor, however. He points to the marks nearby. On the floor. Definitely suspicious. Boring footprints. I want to jump to sensationalist conclusions. What were people doing in there? You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural in there. Sensationally unnatural. Okay, whatever. Just chill out, electrochemistry. This is the inside of that barred door you've seen before. So what's on the other side? Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step onto the roof where we could ask Classia about the route and how she reacts. Folded M dimension, a reference to the popular science fiction series In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly and reads science fiction! Alright, well let's unbar the door. Conceptualization sounded like encyclopedia there, and I love it. Live in a folded M dimension is not that bad. Oh, it looks like we're not in one, though.
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning back against the railing. Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come. I don't know if there's... The Hardy Boys told us what really happened. I understand. She puts her coffee mug on the table. You sent us on a runaround. I know. She looks down for a moment, hiding her eyes behind her bangs. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for all of this, for wasting your time. This is good. Clear the air first between you two, then move on to the questions. Is it? Something is off here. Shh! I can't hear what she's saying. Let the mist speak. She's tall and thin and tired, a twig trying so hard not to break. Why did you waste our time then? Because of the Hardys, I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. She looks to her feet, out of the shit I'd gotten into. That is not a good enough reason. You're right, there's more. Does it feel like something's off? Apparently. Each trait's discussions are pretty much the highlight of this game. I mean, it's the whole concept of this game, honestly. More. You answer to the coalition government and, by extension, the moral intern. She reaches for a new cigarette. The RCM isn't the lapdog of the moral intern. You don't have to worry. You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. She lights a cigarette. What's going on? What did you do? Just business, but bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will. What happens if they do? They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill. There's a wince and a pained little smile. Well, and I'm fucked for nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me. Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Orange. Orange's lit. Actually, this is murder. This murder did have a little to do with her. What did you do to have these people after you? It's not nice. But it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol or even in Orania. What exactly did you do? Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company, the kind you really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting. He taps on his notebook. I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you. The job was Elysium County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the loose cap conglomerate. Man, some of these names I can't parse for some reason. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, alongside with Loose Cap. Are they Estonian names? I'm not familiar. And they're friends on the MI. She breathes out heavily. Accents effortless. Names excruciating. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. Loose Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Earberg, and the popular Papa Loyo line of dairy products. I'm not going to shout Papa Loyo. I'm sure there's people who've done worse than that. Sure, I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people too, not just C-suite. She shakes her head at the thought. A lot of people got hurt, she concludes. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. What happened here the night that he died? We were there. She points to the window. The silhouette of the bed visible. Together, in bed I mean. Tell me exactly what happened. Okay. She takes a deep breath. He was in a kneeling position. He had just... I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter. I turned to look. There's a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. She breathes out. A moment's silence. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could. Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together. Says it. I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me. Then what happened? He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. She points through the window. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her sides. And she continues. I waited for the second shot to come. From me. I thought there would be one. It never came. She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails. Your cigarette, miss. Oh. She looks at it quickly and tosses the butt aside. That's a motherfucker. Yeah, it was a real motherfucker. She immediately lights another one. What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible. 11:30 to 12:15? I don't know the exact time, around midnight. That's okay. Makes a note. Were you inebriated? Not as much as usual. You done a line. Plus other things I was drinking. That doesn't fit with the testimony of Titus Hardy. He said she was higher than usual. Titus said you look pretty high. Oh, yeah, she tilts her head. I did one of his lines just to clear my head. If she's got a smoker's voice, she might. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's a low and it's got a little bit of a rasp. I can't really do that super well with my voice, though. Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mindset. Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this? No. What did you do then? Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room, downstairs. I got some clothes on, and I crawled back up, and I drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there. When it happened, did you hear a gunshot? When he was shot? She thinks. I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding. The gunshot wasn't that loud? That is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot. Yeah. What happened after you ran downstairs? Sylvie was tending the bar. She looks down. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were there at the table in front of the stage. I think the union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. She pauses. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong. Before we continue, who's Ruby? Ruby, you know, the leader. The leader of what? The Hardy Boys. She says it as if it's self-evident. I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys. Well, normally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer. This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her, so do the others. Okay, let's go on. What then? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs, and I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used the belt to pull him up under the shower to keep him upright. To mislead you, they were tampering with the body. To produce lividity matching a hanging. Yes. This is concurrent with your doubts at the autopsy. About the coloring being... I knew it. The coloring in his lower limbs looked faint. About half an hour had passed since the moment of death? She nods. You were late. The marks will be faint by that time. He makes a small pointing motion with his pen. It's meant for you. I didn't need that healed, but okay. You have it in you to be a champion. Keep your head in the game now. Man, we've found so many inconsistencies. I feel really good about that. Go gadget visual calculus. Then what did you do? Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. Harry 2, Kim 0. I mean, he's doesn't have good vision. I was just looking at Lily in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. What did you do while they were hanging him? Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while and that I should lay low or something, so I did. This Ruby, where is this Ruby now? I don't know. I haven't seen her since. We will need to take this question to the Audi boys. Ah, no. Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later. When was the window changed? Last week. Angus and Titus' brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it. She takes a drag. You should have another look at that window after you after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's all right there. In her bedroom inside? Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. Let's see. Irrelevant. I think these are irrelevant, but I'm gonna ask a couple of these things that aren't like insulting. What's with this fugitive stuff? It seems, I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna ask it. You said you studied Orange's lit. What's with all this fugitive stuff? I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, she smiles, transitioned out of the whole culture scene. Could the people after you have killed him? That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. And? I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All this week I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone. She looks at her cigarette. So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. I mean, it probably didn't, honestly. They'd probably still be coming for her. I mean, she's still in the same room. There's still this escape. Like, this is where the killer went through. They could easily just shoot her next. It probably didn't. Or, I don't know anything anymore. All I do is wait here. She looks at the table. We can't go after Luscap, not yet. There are other sane elites. I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. So why did you call the cops if you're hiding? 'Cause I'm an idiot. The answer comes fast. Idiot? She's nothing of the sort. So you'd have us believe, but you're not. You have to understand. The people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting, and they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. She shakes her head. So I called you. I hope with all my heart that it's not the last thing I do in Revachol. She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not hath been a lie. That is impossible. Alright, well I think we're done here. For now. She nods silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. The lieutenant glances at you on the door. He's thinking, are we done here? What? In God's name, wake up? What? Well, I guess we'll try it, because it's a white check. Who's the killer? I don't know yet. Someone. Nope. But we are awake, sire. She has been forthcoming with sordid details women usually conceal. Most shocking. Oh, we were trying to wake up drama. I see. Details of the sexual kind. We are a bulwark unbreached. If you have doubts, just give us one example of deceit. Just one, and we will gladly change our minds. Just a proposition. Could the lurid explicitness conceal something less sensational but more illegal? Who is this personhood picking these seditious options? Can't you see the detective grows weary of your malcontent? Stop staring at her eyes and say something pertinent to the case. This is making you look like an amateur. Bye. We'll come back to that. Possibly both of those, or either one. We'll see. Okay. The window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Played like a fiddle. I mean, she's a master fiddler. The golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on a single bed. A two-hearted spider. What position are they in? Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It is the night of March 4th, and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside entering his brain. Where does it come from? From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inward like a corona behind the woman's back. Inspect the ghostly figures. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization. Have a look at point A prime, the roof. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions. All on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This composite location, A prime, is the most likely origin point. Shouldn't there be gun residue outside? There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago. So I'm, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from? 72. With an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belmagrave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies. Could the shot have come from inside the room, a closer point? Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective. Are there any arguments against A prime, the roof? None that you found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. And could it have been from a further point of origin? That's a 28% yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez? Yes. According to the map of the district, good thing we have a map. This shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime. B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet. Detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. Boardwalk. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take the wind into account. Land's End. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent? No, too far-fetched. And B triple prime the islet. 1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinez, perhaps? There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window between the Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islet is questionable. Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinez? From where precisely? Let's say B prime the boardwalk, B double prime the Land's End, and B triple prime the islet. I see you've given this a lot of thought, he remarks, raising an eyebrow. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Much less from the roof, but still. Okay. Well, we should still see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It will be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. If it's the hidden path through the welding, a simple hypothesis. Alright. It is after 9. So, I'm gonna have us go downstairs. I'm gonna park us out in front of the Hardy Boys. And next time, we're gonna try to make them give us up Ruby's location. Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired and I need to get dinner. I'm hungry and tired and my voice hurts. Are you going to bed? Have a good night, Lurks. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be wrapping up here anyway, so you're not missing anything. Alrighty. I'm just hitting the X. Because going back to the main menu to close out the game takes too long. And that is gonna do it for us today. If you are enjoying Disco Elysium, we'll be continuing it next Tuesday. So be sure to hit that follow button. And if you turn on notifications, I try to do a good job in the little stream alert to let y'all know what we're playing. You get a little ping or something when we go live with the next. All right, let's go to the goodbye screen. We'll do the things. So yes, thank you all for watching. We'll be back again tomorrow with more streams. We'll be doing an art stream tomorrow, so that should be fun. Let's get some music going. And do our end of stream stuff. As soon as the music decides to play. It should in just a minute. Come on. You can do it. I'm actually kind of surprised at how, like, computer intensive Disco Elysium is. Alright, we're good. Let's roll credits. There they are. So, there aren't any mods hanging out in chat right now, but thank you so much to Starybot for being my bot. We got some new followers. Koilu, thanks for following. LC Hup, thanks for following. Much appreciated. HD, thank you so much for the 9 months. Jim, thank you so much for the 9 months. And Kelsa, thank you so much for the 27 months. Much appreciated. So like I said, we are going to be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern with an art stream. Really fun and chill. Art and song requests and all that fun stuff. So if that's your jam, come back and hang out for that. Thursday at 1, we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Baldur's Gate 2. Shadows of Om, Enhanced Edition. We've been playing that. I'm trying to remember where we left off. I think we just did a bunch of random stuff and then Keldorn left and then we died a bunch because we didn't have him to muscle through things. I need to find a dwarf. I need to find that strong dwarf to just tank everything. But yeah, we're going to be doing some side questing in that. And then on Friday, I'm pretty sure I don't have D&D because we're missing at least one person, possibly two. So I think it's up in the air, but we probably will not have D&D on Friday. So we'll be here at 3 o'clock, if that's the case, playing more of Long Dark Wintermute and getting hunted by Timberwolves and complaining about it the whole time. That'll be fun. The best place to keep posted on stream news and schedule updates is Discord, so consider joining the Discord. It's also a great place to hang out with all these people when I'm not currently live, so there's a link in chat there if you'd like to join it. If you want to check out my art, I have a Patreon for that. Patrons get special rewards, including a wallpaper every month. Some patrons get videos, and I'm currently posting about a special project that I'm working on that is patron exclusive. So if you want to support my art, consider being a patron. Otherwise, you can just check it out there. Most of it is available for everyone to look at. It's like a glorified gallery mostly. I also do have a store, so if you want to buy my art, you can do that at that link if you want. And then last but not least, I'm a Humble partner. So if you are looking for other ways to support the stream, you're going to buy something off Humble anyway, use that affiliate link. There you go. Okay. I'm tired and hungry, so I'm going to go get some dinner and rest my voice. I really like this game though. I'm looking forward to playing it again next week. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. I hope y'all had fun. I hope y'all have a great night. And I'll see you guys next time.